Well, welcome back to Edgbaston, where the good news is that play will be getting underway in just a couple of minutes. The noise you can hear is that of the hover cover, which is making its way to the sidelines. The two umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Alex Wharf, are making their way to the middle, followed by the Somerset fielding side. The match situation: Warwickshire 27 for 1 in their second innings, which means that they are 125 runs ahead of Somerset. And we've lost 34 overs. We were due to make up 8 overs from the overs that were lost on Thursday. So 34 from 96 leaves 62, plus the 8 overs that we have to make up, equals 70, which is the number of overs that we've got due for the rest of the day, weather permitting. And there are some nasty grey clouds drifting in our direction from the west. But play is going to get underway at 10:02. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is Brian Holford from BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. And Brian, rather more surprised that play is getting underway so soon today than I was, because you were pessimistic and I was optimistic.
Good afternoon, and maybe that's a reflection of why you're so successful in life, Anthony, and I'm not so successful, because you are an optimistic and, it turns out in this case, completely accurate chap. And we have now sunshine, which is lovely, and we could just have a very good game of cricket. If we can get the rest of this day and the whole day tomorrow, we could get a very interesting game of cricket. And of course, Anthony, Warwickshire face a very interesting decision, assuming they're not bowled out, when to pull out.
When to pull out, yeah, exactly. And once bitten, twice shy is the view in the Somerset camp, that they're unlikely to offer too tempting a target for Somerset. But to be in a position to offer any sort of a target at all, they're going to have to get a move on. Warwickshire this afternoon, as Josh Davies in to bowl the first ball of the afternoon to Alex Davies, who defends, and there's no run. We'll be joined after about half an hour by Chloe Brewer from the Central Sparks, and Chloe will be sharing the commentary with Brian and myself for the rest of the day. And the sun is coming out, but I'm not sure it's going to be out for very long. But just at the moment we've got blue sky and white fluffy clouds. The grey ones are approaching from the west. Davy in bowls to Davies, who drives, but only as far as Jake Ball at mid-on. How do you think Warwickshire are going to approach this, Brian?
Hoping you wouldn't ask me that, because I don't know. It's really interesting, isn't it? It would be a really interesting equation, even without the fact that Warwickshire set Somerset 400 plus in their last meeting and Somerset chased them down. How much does that weigh on Warwickshire's minds? I think Alex Davies will certainly bat positively, because he knows no other way.
It's Davy in bowls, and this is again played up to Jake Ball at mid-on.
And I think there's really a case that, I mean, most of the Warwickshire players, Will Rhodes can bat attractively and positively, but he's likeliest to play the anchor role. Davies, Hamza Sheikh, Bethel, Moosley, Barnard, Burgess, they're all positive attacking players. So if Warwickshire keep wickets in hand, I think runs will come. Then comes the question of how many do you want, and how much time do you think you need to take 10 wickets?
It's Davy to Davies in bowls, and full length delivery, which is dug out by Alex Davies out into the offside. Well, if we've got 70 overs today, assuming we get all of them, which I'm not sure we will do, given the fact that they've gone off a bad light at about 20 past 6 on both of the first 2 days. But let's say they do. That's 240. If they go 3.5 runs and over, that's about 240, which would mean the lead would be 367. So they're not going to declare it and leave Somerset anything less than 400. I don't think so. They're going to have to bat on tomorrow. This is outside the off stump from Davies, and no shot from Alex Davies. Which means that they're not going to have 3 full sessions, or at least it's unlikely, unless they go absolutely hell for leather or get bowled out here this afternoon.
And of course, as if there weren't enough tricky elements to predicting how this is going to go, even the players aren't quite sure what to make of the pitch. Ed Barnard said yesterday it's a good pitch for batting at times, but then there are spells when it does quite a lot. So whether this will flatten out and be an easy batting pitch tomorrow or remain quite tricky remains to be seen.
Davies to Davies, who punches this away through the offside for the first boundary of the afternoon. Short and wide from Josh Davies. Poor delivery to finish his first over. And it takes Alex Davies on to 22 and Warwickshire on to 31 for a lead of 129.
It would be certainly infuriating for Warwickshire not to be able to have the chance to press home this strong position. They've lost a session which has affected things, but hopefully they know we'll get the chance. I wonder if it might depend their approach a little bit on events elsewhere as well. Worcestershire, just looking at the relegation equation, Worcestershire look like they're going to win against Kent if matches are allowed to unfold by the weather elsewhere. Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, however, just above Warwickshire in the table, look like losing, in which case a draw here with decent bonus points might not be too bad a result. Overton begins from the city end and is met by a forward defensive shot from Rhodes. So Warwickshire, among everything else to evaluate, have to work out how much they are prepared to risk a solid points haul for a draw to go for the big one, the win.
Well, Casey Aldridge, who I spoke to at close of play yesterday, reckoned that Warwickshire would err on the side of caution. But he also reckoned that whatever target was set, Somerset would chase it down.
Overton is in again, and this is driven by Rhodes and fielded at mid-off.
That's the exuberance, the optimism of youth.
Well, he batted really well, Casey Aldridge, didn't he? And Somerset do have that incredible exploit. Was it 6 weeks ago at Taunton, chasing down, was it 415 or
410?
410, a tremendous feat. If Warwickshire allowed that to happen again, they'd be very disappointed, to say the least, as Overton bowls this one wide outside off stump and Rhodes allows it to pass.
He's still not moving with complete freedom, Craig Overton, is he? Just not quite limping. He just doesn't look himself at the moment, and he gets an encouraging low 5 from Tom Kohler-Cadmore, which again indicates that he's not quite at peak form.
Here he comes again around the wicket. This is edge to the third man boundary for 4. Quite safe all along the ground where third slip would have been. And the first boundary of the day for Will Rhodes moves to 9. But in lots of control of that. Edged safely along the grass for 4.
Well, as so often is in this sort of situation, the batting side's best hope of winning the game might very well be to be bowled out, so that they've got time to bowl the opposition out.
Overton, and again, good delivery, which just comes into Rhodes, but he deals with it well and pushes it out to cover. Yeah, that's right. And of course, where does Somerset stand in this game then, Anthony? Do they still...
Well, they know, I mean, Somerset, if they've got any serious championship ambitions, given that Surrey are doing very well against Lancashire, and only, I think, weather can stop Surrey recording another big win. So Somerset need to win this game to keep in touch with Surrey, as simple as that.
Overton again outside off stump and allowed to pass. That's the end of Craig Overton's first over of the day. And yeah, I guess all they can try and do is bowl Warwickshire out, and if that doesn't happen, they are at the mercy of whatever Warwickshire choose to set them.
Yeah, and I mean, they won't go coming off. Yeah, it's raining, yeah. Oh, well, that didn't last long.
My word, it's very, very light rain, isn't it? I can hardly see it.
Well, I don't know whether the umpires think that there may be worse on the way, although the umpires are actually they've taken the stumps up so that the hover cover can come on. That's the roar that you can hear in the background. They're staying out there, and as Brian was saying, it's very, very light rain at the moment.
When Chloe comes on air later in the day, I might get her thoughts on professional cricketers' tendency to come off when a spot of rain falls within 10 square miles. But it's frustrating, and the covers are coming on. Hopefully just the hover cover for now. We know we'll be in for a lengthy delay if the longer all the covers come out. But the hover cover can come on and off in a minute, so if they just leave that out while this tiny flurry passes through, we might be back on quite quickly.
But we will be losing overs. There's no half an hour's grace or 8 overs grace now because of the overs that we've lost already. Today, 1 or 2 spectators, almost literally 1 or 2 spectators here. Not very many, but 1 or 2 have got umbrellas up and are taking shelter, and the weather does look a little bit threatening away to the west, which is where it's coming from. So we'll close the microphones down for the time being and be back with you just as soon as we have any more play.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Edgbaston again, where I'm delighted to say the umpires are on the way out. The blotter is still doing its final bit of blotting around the square, but we are due to play in the next moment or two with 51 overs still to bowl. Let's hope we have a bit more luck than the last session, which lasted just 2 overs, in which Warwickshire took their score to 35 for 1 for an overall lead of 133, and a relatively small break, Anthony Gibson, but one which has just compressed this game a little further and made it a little more difficult to force a result.
Well, I think it's dished any chances Somerset might have had of winning this game, because they're not going. Not necessarily dished. I mean, they could bowl Warwickshire out in the next 51 overs and leave themselves a gettable target. I think it's more likely that it will be down to a Warwickshire declaration sometime later on tomorrow morning, and I can't see Warwickshire giving Somerset even the remotest sniff of a win. They'll make the game safe as their first priority. So really Somerset's only hope is to get in amongst the Warwickshire wickets sooner rather than later, and that's not going to be easy on what is still a pretty good pitch.
That's absolutely right. The pitch has offered a little bit here and there to the seamers, and it's the sort of which I think where you can maybe take 2 or 3 sometimes in little flurries, but it's hard to see a side being bowled out very quickly, and that of course will be in Warwickshire's mind as well. If they've got to take 10 Somerset wickets tomorrow, they're going to need quite a bit of time, but they haven't got that time, have they? Because if they leave Somerset too much time, it could all go as pear-shaped for the Bears as it did 6 weeks ago in Taunton, when Somerset magnificently chased down 410.
Still, with cricket, you never know. You never know. And I'm sure that Somerset fielding side have gone out there with high hopes of knocking Warwickshire over for not too many runs.
Josh Davies to resume in gorgeous sunlight from the pavilion end, and starts off with a good ball outside the off stump, which Alex Davies aims a very crooked cut at and is beaten outside off stump. Not the most distinguished shot of Alex Davies' career, but we'll give him that because his concentration has got to now come back together again.
I think that may be it for rain for this afternoon. The forecast is good. The clouds, such as they are high. Plenty of blue sky. So let's hope that we get at least most of these 51 overs in.
There comes Josh Davies to purvey the next delivery. This is outside off stump, or well outside off stump, and swinging further away, taken by Rue just between first and second slip in the end. Yes, if we can get these 50 overs in, Warwickshire, they probably be somewhere around 200, 250. There's going to need quite a lot more than that before they pull out, aren't they? So yeah, something. One of the two teams has got to play some extraordinarily good cricket from here to force a victory, I think. Can Josh Davies start by dismissing Davies with this ball? No, he can't, as Davies is very solidly in behind that one, playing it up to cover. Just 2 slips, and Somerset will be well aware that Alex Davies is a very positive cricketer, and that's why there's 3 men on the boundary, 2 on the short leg side boundary in front of the Hollies stand, and 1 very, very distant on the offside boundary down at backward point, which is one of Davies's favoured areas, of course.
Suggests that Somerset are a little bit wary of allowing Warwickshire to score runs too quickly.
Here comes Davies again. Good delivery. Well pitched up on off stump, and Davies's bat and pad locked firmly together as he pushes it out to extra cover. Very much a shame that the weather has intervened so dramatically today, because this was all set up. We still could have a cracking good game on our hands, of course, but it was all flowing nicely. It was been a really good game of Championship cricket. Warwickshire on top after a couple of days, but it has fluctuated, and who knows what lies ahead. As Josh Davies comes in again, another good delivery, and straight, and Davies just plays it up to mid-on. Large puddles of sawdust at either end. Ground has taken a lot of water.
Ground staff have done a great job, though, haven't they?
They have, and as I tweeted earlier on today, Warwickshire's ground team is tremendous. All the county cricket is, and all cricket actually, club cricket as well, is powered by the people that keep the grounds in good nick and playable. Warwickshire's is as good as any. Davy in to complete his over, and Davies works this one down to third man and scampers a single. He will keep the strike. He'll move to 22 to 23. For once I was ahead of the scoreboard, and Warwickshire are 36 for 1.
And it's a better over from Josh Davey than the over that he bowled before the rain returned, when his last delivery was carved away for 4 runs by Alex Davies. That produced just a single. It's going to be Craig Overton to bowl the second over of this resumed session. We're going through till 4:30 when tea will be taken. And there's a suggestion that play will go on till 6:30, although I presume that will be overridden by the overs calculation, assuming that light is good enough. Here's Overton then coming over the wicket to the right-handed Davies outside the off stump, and goes through into the gloves of James Rue. James Rue was having a close of play, having a chat with his parents and younger brother here yesterday evening. His younger brother Thomas, fresh from a century and a 90 for the England under-18s. Won't be long before he's in the Somerset first team. This is carved away down to third man, but there is a third man in the shape of Josh Davey. So it's just a single. Came off a thick edge, that, from Alex Davies as he went for the cut. 37 for 1. He moves on to 24 from 39 deliveries. Will Rhodes rather more circumspect at the other end. 9 from 31. Left-hand, right-hand combination, of course. 2 slips. Tom Abel at first slip. Casey Aldridge well advanced at second. Quite an unusual alignment of the slips. This is driven, but only up to Tom Banton at mid-off. Not many people here, are there, Brian? Could almost count them. I mean, I dare say there are plenty down in the lower reaches of the pavilion below us, but
Yeah,
of the ones we can see,
yeah.
I doubt if we can see 100.
Yeah, it is small, and there are. I think many people have looked at the weather forecast and thought, no.
Given it up. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Will Rhodes. Well, who knows? They may have made a serious mistake. We may get an absolutely gripping 3.5 hours of cricket.
I think quite a few will have made the decision to go up to Darlington to see them play Leamington in the National League North. Anthony, one of the other mouth-watering sporting fixtures that probably has hit the attendance here.
Oh, right. Well, I'm afraid that had passed me by.
Oh, really?
Shame to say. Here's Overton in and bowls. A swing and a miss from Will Rhodes. Goes through low to James Rue. Will Rhodes just put his right foot down the line of middle stump, really. Didn't get it across towards the pitch of the ball. Swung the bat. And fortunately for him, didn't get anything on it. Tom Abel was practicing his slip catching with Somerset head coach Jason Kerr just before the start, so his hands ought to be nicely warmed up. Overton in and bowls, and this is an away swinger to the left-hander who played inside the line of it. I fancy that was, there was 1 run off that over from Craig Overton, who has figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24.
Yes, and there are, as you say, Anthony, a few hundred dogged loyalists here, but you could make a case for finding something else to do this Saturday afternoon, because we didn't know whether the weather was going to clear, and the game could just drift from this point. But it isn't in such situations that you never know what might happen in cricket. As Davey comes in again, and this is down the leg side, and well taken by Rue. There could be a hat-trick, there could be a century off 20 balls. You never know with cricket, do you?
You never know. No, you never can tell.
Or it could just plod on and go nowhere, but you never quite know.
That wasn't a very good ball, that, from Josh Davey. It was a long way down the leg side, and a good take by James Rue.
Yeah, the first loose delivery, his first over was bang on, wasn't it, Josh Davies? 7 overs for 13, 7 overs and 1 ball for 13. Second ball of the over comes up, and off stump, and Davies in trademark fashion nurdles it away down to third man for a single. Davies probably the greatest nurdler to third man since Billy Quaife.
Billy Quaife. Is that WG Quaife?
Yes, indeed, who was a great nurdler by all accounts, and I think was thought to have run more runs than anyone else in first-class cricket, because he didn't hit many boundaries, so there was an awful lot of ones and twos.
Just remind me of his era.
He joined Warwickshire in 1896 and finished in 1928.
Long career then.
Davies is in again, and this is outside off stump and left by Rhodes. Quaife actually is the oldest player, I think I'm right in saying, to score a championship century, certainly the oldest for Warwickshire at 56.
Cool, that is old. Yeah.
And I did mention to Chris Wokes last week, do you think you'll still be going at 56? And he thought perhaps not.
Well, he's looking pretty fit, is Chris Wokes, doing well in the Test series. Michael Atherton was suggesting he ought to go to Australia.
Yeah, well, I think that's
next winter.
I think that's definitely Wokes' aspiration. Whether his knees will still be up to the Ashes in another 21 years' time is less sure, as Rhodes drives this handsomely, but straight to mid-off.
So how many runs did Billy Quaife score? He must have scored.
Oh, many runs.
30, 40,000, something like that.
Yeah. Let me find out exactly. But yeah, he was one of the great figures of Warwickshire cricket. He was, by all accounts, one of the dullest batsmen in the history of county cricket as well. And I remember when I was researching a book about Percy Jeeves, who was briefly a contemporary as Rhodes is forward in defence to this, I came across a report of a 50 that Quaife got at the Oval, and the newspaper report said Quaife took 4 hours to get to 50 and then became introspective, which makes you wonder how he batted after he got to 50. But, so I don't think he's a 2020 type.
No. Somerset had one like that called CCC Case. He was
what a wonderful name.
Stolid.
Davies is in to finish his 8th over, and this is handsomely driven through the covers for 4 by Will Rhodes. He picked the gap perfectly. It's a short boundary out to the Holly stand, so as soon as that was through the field, we knew it was going to be 4. 42 for 1. Rhodes has 13. Davies has 25.
Yes, and for the 2 overs out of 3, Josh Davies has finished up with his 6th ball, which has been short and wide and hit for 4. So, rather as in white ball cricket, you need to start the over well and, even more important, finish it well. Craig Overton's going to bowl another over from the Birmingham end. 2 slips to the right-handed Alex Davies outside the off stump. Davies declines the opportunity to cut.
Willie Quaife scored 36,012 runs in 719 first-class matches.
At an average of?
At an average of 35, which in an era of uncovered wickets...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I think you could probably add another 10 on for covered wickets.
Yeah. Overton in and bowls, and it's a good ball, well played defensively by Alex Davies. Just count up the number of people in the Hollies stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. Oh no, there's one up the top. 16. Although the gentleman who was sitting in, cutting a lonely figure in the Hollies stand all morning, this is turned into the onside and there won't be a run, has gone. He's moved. Now we've got play. He's not there.
He might have. There's a chap also sitting right at the back of the family stand over there on the Perthshire Road, and he must be about half a mile from the pitch because the pitch is quite a long way over towards the Hollies side.
He obviously values solitude.
Yes, he does. He's the only gentleman in that stand.
42 for 1 as Overton is into Davies, who drives, but Tom Banton will cut that off at mid-on. And there's no run.
I love the name CCCK, so that really should be out of crime fiction.
Guess what his nickname was? Box. Box case. He was one of the many Somerset amateurs. Overton in bowls outside the off stump.
Would that be Quaif's era as well then?
He was a bit later, Case. He was sort of 20s and 30s. They might just have overlapped. That was the great era, really, in Somerset cricket of Farmer White, J.C. White, slow left armour who took over 2,100 wickets in the course of his first-class career. It's unimaginable total of wickets in this day and age. Outside the off stump, little bit of lift there through to James Rew. Good over that from Craig Overton. Fancy it was a maiden. It was indeed. He's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 24, 42 for 1. We've had 16 overs, and we have 47 remaining in the day's play.
Yes, as you say, Anthony, I think Somerset's chances of victory have just about been lopped off by that last stoppage. So all they can do is just try and stay safe in the game and bowl accurately and just make sure Warwickshire score slowly and just suck time out of the game. And so far this afternoon, Davies and Overton have done that. Yeah,
it was good over from Craig Overton. Josh Davies just needs to cut out the 4 balls.
8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 18 so far for Josh as he starts his run up at level with the smudged patch of sawdust at this end. And he starts off with a short delivery, which Rhodes may be a little disappointed to punch straight to the cover fielder. No run there. I guess another factor which sort of shunts the match towards the draw is that the pitch hasn't offered any help to spin at all, has it? It hasn't shown any sign of the spinners coming into the game. So the spinners almost are there.
I noticed before the start Jack Leach was having a long hard look at the pitch from both ends and sort of shaking his head sadly as he did so.
Yeah, refusing to break. Davey in again, and Rhodes allows this one to pass.
Well, they don't these days, modern pitches, do they? I mean, they just don't break up like they used to do. So they just seem to get slower and lower as the game wears on.
Well, that has been the case at Edgbaston this season, and this is the 6th championship match, and it looks like it's going to be the 6th draw. Obviously, weather has played a part in some of those draws, but bowlers have had their work cut out, to say the least. And spinners, not least, the fact that Danny Briggs, I mean, Warwickshire's specialist spinner, is not even selected, so I think that says something. Davies in again, drifts this one down the leg side and clipped away nicely to long leg by Rhodes. And there will be 2 runs to the soon-to-be Durham all-rounder. Rhodes moves to 15, Davies 25, 44 for 1.
There's no way to encourage spin bowling, though, is it, if you're producing pitches that even on a 4th day don't offer the spinner anything?
Well, it's hard to see England. I mean, obviously, so much emphasis is put on producing players for England, and the next good or great spinner is going to find becoming good or great very difficult, bowling on these tracks. Here comes Davey again, and Rhodes watchfully pushes this one to backward point. It's a glorious afternoon. No. For the strong wind that has haunted this game up to now seems to have relented.
Yep.
So maybe that all that rain has taken all the bad weather with it, and we're going to get a lovely 4 and a bit sessions now.
Well, even England's current spinner can't get in his county side because the wickets don't justify playing 2 spinners.
Yeah.
And Jack Leach is the senior spinner as far as Somerset are concerned, so he gets preference.
Davey in again, short, pulled. Is it in the air? It is in the air, but it falls well short of the man down at long leg, and it's just a single to Will Rhodes. 45 for 1. Just on, Brian Langford was a spinner, wasn't he?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just on the obviously his famous 8 overs, 8 maidens in one. That how incredible that is! Now, what a different world that is. Any one-day game of cricket, a bowler could bowl 8 maidens.
It was against Essex at Yeovil in 1969, the first year of the John Player. What was it called? Wasn't the John Player League?
John Player Special League.
Something. It was something like that. Yeah.
Davey in to complete his 9th over. And this is slogged by Alex Davies. It was a little short, and he connected with it well. Get a single out to the leg side sweeper.
Well, Josh Davey again got away with that last ball of the over, but it wasn't a particularly good one, dragging it down. And Alex Davies might very well have hit it into the Holly stand for 6. Didn't quite catch it as he would have wanted to. But he's not been quite himself, Josh Davey, this season. You could say the same about Craig Overton, who had a back operation last October. Struggling, not with serious injuries, but with sort of niggles, which have not kept him out of too many games, but he hasn't been quite the force that he has been so often in the past. That's outside the off stump, no shot from Alex Davies. Still gives it absolutely everything he's got, Craig Overton. Wonderfully wholehearted cricketer. He'd bowl and bowl and bowl all day if he felt it would serve the Somerset cause. Encouragement from Tom Abel at slip. Overton into Davies, who covers up and plays up to Banton. 46 for 1 in the 18th over. No sign that Warwickshire are in search of quick runs. Just be looking to build a platform and maybe go hard tomorrow morning. Forecast for tomorrow is pretty good. With any luck, we won't get any more weather-related interruptions to play as Overton is in and bowls outside the off stump, and James Root takes that low down, barely ankle height, moving across in front of Tom Abel at slip. There's no real pace in this pitch. Certain amount of inconsistent bounce. In the previous Overton over, there was one that carried through to Root at chest height. So batsmen have got to be just a little wary. Overton bowls. Again, it's outside the off stump. And too wide for Alex Davies to play a shot. We've got third man out and long leg out. They're the only 2 out on the boundary for Craig Overton. Slightly more circumspect field set for Josh Davey. Overton in bright sunshine from the Birmingham end. Bowls. And again, it's outside the off stump. No shot from Alex Davies.
Yeah, 45 overs left today, so let's say 3.5 and over, 4 and over, let's be generous. So that's 180, 226, it'll be about 240 in front. Have a lively hour tomorrow, or it's not hard to see.
I'm sure that's, unless they get bowled out. Overton in and bowls, and this time Davies does have to play a shot, but it's only a defensive one. Drops it down in front of him. That's Overton's 2nd consecutive maiden over. He's bowled 8 overs now, 1 for 24 with 2 maidens. And that, of course, would mean that Somerset would would have to bat through two sessions and at most half a session, probably less than that, two and a third session, something like that.
Yeah.
Which they ought to be able to do on this pitch against not the strongest attack that Warwickshire have ever put in the field.
It isn't. It's very difficult to see a Warwickshire declaration that doesn't give Somerset as much a chance as they've got almost, as Davies starts another over, and that's edged wide of second slip, not far wide, but Rhodes will get 4 runs. That's a genuine victory for the bowler, but 4 runs for the batter.
No, if they'd had a third slip,
Indeed.
not sure it would have carried actually. It might have done, because the third slip would probably have been advanced. It was Casey Aldridge who went down to his left to try and take the catch.
It raises to 50 for Warwickshire, and the scoreboard informs us that it also raises the 45 partnership between Rhodes and Davies, which possibly we didn't need to know. Davies is in again, and this is just stroked up to mid-on by Will Rhodes. Wilf Rhodes has retired, I think.
He took more than 4,000 first class wickets.
No, there's one that slipped through the Warwickshire net. Wilf Rhodes had a trial at Edgbaston when he was 18.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and they wrote to him to say, sorry, our financial position won't allow us to offer you a professional contract. So he went up to Yorkshire and took
his history.
4,000, was it, first class wicket? And he's bowled him. That's a fantastic delivery, which has knocked Rhodes' off stump out of the ground. Lovely delivery from Davey. Rhodes drawn into the drive, and the first real attacking instinct effort from Rhodes today has been punished. Davey deserves that wicket. He's bowled well since play started this afternoon, and he's got the breakthrough that Somerset wanted. Warwickshire 50 for 2.
Very loose shot from Will Rhodes. Huge gap between bat and pad. Not surprising he's lost his off stump. He never looked comfortable, did he, Will Rhodes, in that innings? Do you think he's will he play out the rest of his time at Warwickshire?
I think so. The option is there for him not to, I guess. Warwickshire have got quite a few young batters that wouldn't be harmed by the experience, but they are still in a relegation battle, of course, so they probably need his experience on board. Will Rhodes, I think there's some good runs still left in him in his last few weeks with Warwickshire. I think he could be quite a key player. But that's not a shot, as you say, Anthony, that he'll look on with a lot of affection.
Watching the replay, though, it did cut back really sharply into him, but there was a big gap between bat and pad.
Well bowled, Davey. He nagged away, and he maybe frustrated Rhodes into going for a big shot to one that didn't really warrant it. And Somerset have the breakthrough. Warwickshire 50 for 2.
This may be a situation in which Warwickshire will miss Sam Hain.
Well, there's very few situations in which they don't, to be honest. I mean, Haney is just such a class player. They do have an immensely talented but very young middle order. Hamza Sheikh is at the crease now and he's playing his first class match for Warwickshire. Jacob Bethel did bat wonderfully in the first innings, didn't he? Dan Mosley, oodles of talent. Ed Barnard is in great form, and Michael Burgess. So there's plenty of batting there for Warwickshire. And Warwickshire supporters would certainly love to see Hamza Sheikh score some runs. And he missed out in his first class innings for Warwickshire in the first innings, but he's now got time in front of him, no pressure to score quickly. He can just set out his stall, and let's see what Hamza Sheikh can do. He faces Davey for the first time, and that's a good delivery and a good leave actually. He left that on length because it probably went over the top of off stump. Well bowled and well batted.
Well, it's just the tonic Somerset needed, that wicket. It'll lift their spirits and raise their hopes. He always wears a slightly hangdog air, does Josh Davies. He's got slightly sloping shoulders.
Yeah, it's a good seam bowler's gait, that isn't it? And number 38 on his back as he turns again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh, and this is a shaping away outside off stump, and another good leave from the 18-year-old. A couple of tempters to start from Josh Davey to the new batsman, and the batter has restrained himself from going for a nervous early drive, and credit to him for that. 50 for 2. Somerset have struck for the first time today after a very belated start. Didn't get going until 3 o'clock because of the rain.
Well, we had 2 overs at 10 to 2, didn't we?
Thank you for correcting me. They had slipped from my mind. I don't know why. As this time Hamza Sheikh gets bat on ball for the first time. Very solid forward defensive. A successful over for Josh Davey. Well bowled to him. Will Rhodes bowled by Davey for 20. And Warwickshire are 50 for 2.
Well, I'll do one more over, and then Chloe Brewer will be joining Brian Holford. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, Brian Holford from BBC WM and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, and Chloe Brewer of Central Sparks, and indeed the Birmingham Phoenix. But Overton is going to bowl another over, and if Somerset could remove Alex Davies, their hopes would be raised significantly. And Davies defends another good ball from Overton on the line of off stump. Weather improving all the time, and I fancy a few more people have drifted in, but it is a small but discerning crowd. A crowd consisting, one would imagine, almost entirely of cricket or county cricket connoisseurs. Overton bowls. This is driven into the onside, but Leach is quickly across to do the fielding. At mid-wicket, lots of vocal encouragement from the former Somerset captain, Tom Abel. And no doubt Tom Lammonby, who's at backward point, he'll be joining in as well. He's one of the noisier of the Somerset fielders, and they are a noisy lot. Overton in bowls, and Davies gets a ball on middle and leg stump that he turns into the onside. Somerset very much on their toes now, lifted by that wicket. Hunting wickets. Jake Ball, I should imagine, will be into the attack fairly soon. This is Overton's 10th over of the innings. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Davies, and what we will have had at the end of this over 8 overs in the resumption, so this is the 4th over of his spell plus the one that he bowled at 10 to 2, so he's only bowled 5 overs, so I guess he'll keep himself on for at least one more. And he just loses his run up there. Alex Davies walked away. Some distraction.
So the discerning crowd appears to have diminished by 1. The gentleman that was right at the back of the...
he's gone.
Yes, so that stand is now deserted. So maybe he's moved closer to the action and also into the sunshine at the city end of the ground.
Yeah, nice sunshine on the eastern side of the ground now, as Overton is in and bowls outside the off stump to Alex Davies, who is in no hurry not to be tempted to go after anything wide of the off stump, despite the fact that he is very strong square of the wicket. There's no deep backward point. There is a third man and there's a long leg, but Somerset for the most part keeping the field in. 2 slips, 5 saving 1. Overton in bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler by Alex Davies, and that was another maiden over from Craig Overton, his 3rd in succession. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 24. It's 50 for 2, and after some words from Brian Holford, it'll be Chloe Brewer.
Yes, Alex Davies, 6,600 first-class runs behind him at 35 is a good, well-organised, positive cricketer. That average would probably be a little bit higher if he was less positive, but he does take the occasional risk, and that obviously costs him his wicket sometime. But he bats in a way that moves games forward. But at the moment he's being quite watchful, just to make sure that his side don't get into a tangle. A couple of more quick wickets for Somerset, and they might be sensing a significant move forward. But Davies in, starting another over from the city end, and Sheikh gets his first run with a leg flick out to long leg, and welcome Chloe.
Thank you. It's been quite a long day, hasn't it?
It has. You finally got to the crease at 3:30. So.
Yeah.
But it's given you at least plenty of time to work out and tell us exactly where this match is going to go from here.
That's a great question. It is going to be a fine balance, isn't it? Because Warwickshire obviously want to win this game, but it's going to be a fine balance.
Yes, Alex Davies, apart from batting out there and all that entails, as he leaves this one outside off stump, that one doesn't get up much, goes through to the keeper on the third bounce. Apart from having to bat and organise his thoughts in that way, he's got to keep thinking about when are we going to bail out then, when are we going to declare, or are we going to declare? Who knows, maybe Warwickshire have just thought, you know, we've done our best here, but it's unlikely to happen now, let's just bat. I guess one thing you don't want to do when you've had the better of the game is lose it, which is... Here comes Davey again, just a one slip now. Somerset on the defensive, and this is just turned into the leg side field and out to the man in the deep on the Hollies boundary. 52 for 2. How's your season gone, Chloe, for the Sparks and the Phoenix?
Yes, been okay. We went well in the T20 campaign. We got to finals day. 50 overs hasn't been as successful. We've got 4 games left, so that'll be good fun.
Here comes Davey, 1 for 28 in his 11th over. Well pitched up delivery, which Sheikh plays stylishly down to mid-on. All 20.4 overs of this innings so far have been delivered by Overton and Davey, albeit with long breaks for the weather in between them, but I think we'll be getting a change or two soon. So how strange, it must have been Central Sparks, obviously the women's cricket is being reorganised for next year, of course, and you're going to be a Warwickshire player next year. How strange has it been playing for a club that, answer this question after this ball, please, another forward defensive from Sheikh. Central Sparks, of course, ceases to exist. All the regional women's cricket teams cease to exist. Is it strange playing for a team that is no longer going to be, and is all going to be recomposed next year?
Yeah, I think a lot of the girls are just trying to navigate that, because it's weird in the sense that it just doesn't exist after the end of September. It's not really a thing. So I think a lot of the girls are trying to navigate
their own futures, I guess.
Yeah.
This is a super delivery from Davey, which beats Sheikh. All ends up and goes through to the keeper. That's a really good over, and the two Somerset bowlers actually are doing really well here on the pitch, which is giving a little bit of help, but by no means lots. But they're really keeping the batters on their toes. Warwickshire 52 for 2, Sheikh on 1, and Davies 27. So tell us about the 100. Was that fun? The crowds were good again this year. Good to play in?
Yeah, absolutely. The crowds were saying earlier, but mighty long rain delay. But I'd say the crowds were some of the best that we've had over the last few years. Being lucky enough to be in it the last couple. We had packed houses most of the time, so.
And that's great for women's cricket, isn't it? It must be a buzz to play in front of as well, I guess. The bigger the crowd, the more pumped up you are.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an advantage when we come back home. When we're away, it's a bit more fun with the crowd. as there's a change of bowler. Overton just taking a bit of a break and ball to continue from the City end. First ball of his spell just on the legs and flicked into the leg side, and they'll come back to take 2 comfortably from it.
So Jake Ball into the attack. A well-earned rest for Craig Overton. And with the pitch not taking seam, I guess, spin, I guess the challenge for Overton is just to rotate his seamers and just try and build the pressure and force Warwickshire into a mistake or 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Ball running in once again, outside off, left alone by Davies there. What would you like to see from the next day and a half?
Well, as a spinner, I'd love to see spin play a part in the game, but I don't think that's going to happen, is it? Because, as Anthony said, Jack Leach was looking despairingly at the pitch this morning. I don't think it's going to break up at all. I'd love to see a real contest develop here, but I'm quite sure I can see how that's going to happen.
Ball in, flicked off the legs. That's an excellent stop from mid-wicket there. He's dived to his right.
Tom Abel there at mid-wicket, who pounced on that brilliantly. I think in a way, as Anthony said earlier on, Warwickshire are obviously more strongly placed, but it would probably help their chances of victory if they were bowled out, because if I can't see a declaration here which is feasible for Warwickshire, to be honest, unless they bat really quickly.
On the left defend, back to ball there. Yeah, I definitely say it might help the Cells a little bit, almost force a result.
Yeah.
In a sense. Yeah, the Somerset bowlers are bowling well here. They're not really giving much to the Warwickshire batters at all. Ball in for the 5th ball of the over. Has been driven out to deep cover. Lost sight of it there, but Davies just really flashed his hands through the ball.
Yes, of course, at Taunton, as we've mentioned a few times now, these are back-to-back championship matches between these two sides, aren't they? And Alex Davies pulled out overnight on the last day and set Somerset 410, and they got him. So that will be in his thinking. It would be truly difficult for Warwickshire to swallow if that sort of thing was to happen again, especially, I mean, they haven't won in the championship this season. They don't want to lose this one.
Once again, driven out to mid-off, and that brings the end of the over. Warwickshire 55 for 2.
Alex Davies on 30, forming the backbone of the Bears' innings. I'm sure he'll be saying to Hamza Sheikh, they're just having a chat in the middle now, I'm sure he'll just be saying, you just play your game, mate, and don't worry about scoring quickly, and just bat the way you like to and for as long as you can today. I know we are going to see some spin, so this will be interesting. I'm glad the umpires are listening to our commentary and have reacted, or rather the Somerset captain has, by bringing on Jack Leach. Now, he had precious little joy in the first innings, so let's see what he can make of the second. It's going to be Alex Davies he bowls to start with. Just one slip. There's going to be a sweeper on both sides at mid-wicket and cover, and the other 6 all in a ring, saving 1. Leach didn't get any help from the pitch in the first innings. He also bowled a few loose balls, which of course is down to him rather than the conditions. So if he can find his rhythm first and foremost and just get some dot balls, that would be good for Somerset. But there were a few loose ball per over from him in the first innings. He begins his second innings with the ball as he's swept beautifully by Davies. He spotted that one very early that it was leg stump and a little over pitched, and that's 4 for Alex Davies. He moves to 34.
Yeah, it looked like he just got a little bit fuller than he expected there. He almost half stood up to play that sweep shot, but nonetheless it's gone over the ropes.
It's a short boundary down there to the scoreboard, the main scoreboard corner of the ground here at Edgbaston. The sun has deserted us briefly as Leach is in again. This is bang on middle stump and Davies leans into a forward defensive shot. 59 for 2. Warwickshire lead by 157. Leach around the wicket, and he's out stumped, or has he missed a stumping there? Oh dear, the wicket keeper took the ball and then tried to take the bails off and didn't connect with the bails, and Davies has got away with one there. That was a little bit of a reckless charge, and Leach will be thinking some rather unfortunate thoughts about dear James Rue there behind the stumps, because that's unfortunate. He took the ball well but failed to take off the bails. That was a great chance for Somerset. Next ball from Davies is worked out, from Leach is worked a point by Davies for no run, but that is what happened, isn't it? You'll have seen the replay by now. It's slickly taken by Rue, but just failed to make connection with the bails with the stumping, and Davies has a reprieve on 34. This time he just works the ball onto the offside and they scamper a single. It's a good over from Leach. Actually, the first ball was a little bit over pitched and went for 4, but the rest have been bang on the button.
Yeah, this is definitely a good decision here, because you can attack spin a little bit more, I'd say, and there from Davies you can see that attacking style of play coming in.
Yes, he would have been the classic batsman lured to his doom, but unfortunately the stumping wasn't taken for Somerset. Leach concludes with a straight ball, which Sheikh defends back to the bowler, and that's a really good start from Leach. Should have had a wicket. Davies reprieved on 34. He's now on 35, and Warwickshire 60 for 2. And as Anthony said, I think a little while ago, if Warwickshire could, if Somerset could winkle out Davies, then they would be into a relatively inexperienced middle order, and they might think, yeah, we can get a bit of a collapse on here.
Yeah, that'll definitely be in the back of their minds, I guess. There's a lot of talent in the Warwickshire batting lineup, despite age being a little bit on the younger side. Ball to continue in from the city end, and that's a short of length and pulled down towards a fine leg, who just picks it up, and a single's taken from it to start the over. Do you reckon Warwickshire will go slightly more attacking as the day continues, or do you reckon they'll stay the same? If
there's only 2 wickets down, then yeah, I would think. I mean, certainly Davies, if he's still there after tea, Warwickshire have got to attack if they want to win the game, haven't they? They haven't really got any time to lose now that the weather's done so much damage.
Ball full of length, and that's driven ever so handsomely through the offside by Sheikh, and that's 4 added to the total. He moves on to 5.
It's a glorious stroke from the 18-year-old who collected his first boundary for the Bears in first-class cricket in the first innings. A lovely on-drive to get off the mark with, and then didn't get much further, unfortunately. Just made 8 before falling to ball, actually, cutting him to cover.
Ball once again back of a length and defended to mid on there. I mean, that's not a bad way to get off the mark, is it? On drive for 4.
Oh, it was a luscious shot, and he is a high-class player. Have you seen much of his batting, Chloe? He's a class act, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen little bits here and there, and how he's shaping up today especially is looking like there's a lot of talent in the locker. Ball comes in once again, outside off, left alone by Sheikh there.
He scored 91 for England Lions in against Sri Lanka a couple of weeks ago, and the other before the white ball cricket began, he scored a century against them for England under-19s. Didn't have a particularly productive Metro Bank Cup for the Bears, but a couple of 30s showed the talent that he has, and that talent really is immense.
Ball again on a hip work to mid-wicket there, thrown back to the keeper and shut back around. What do you think would be a good score here for Warwickshire to say, okay, well, we're going to have a bowl? Asking the big questions.
389. The question is, how long does it take them to get there? That's the big question, isn't it? Because they will be aware that Somerset chased down 400. So they have that in their locker.
On the hip there, work to mid-wicket, and that brings the end of the over 65 for 2.
I don't know what you think, Chloe, but sometimes you're just trying to will the equation into make this a good game and a really good finish tomorrow. But I just can't see the time that's been lost today. Warwickshire need to give themselves enough time to take 10 wickets, don't they? But I can't see how they're going to do that without giving Somerset quite a good chance of getting the runs. Unless Warwickshire really go heavy with the bat this afternoon, and they have taken a positive approach a lot this season. Davies and Robinson, it's a positive mindset which underpins the cricket, but they really will have to score quite quickly, I think, after tea, which will be at 4:30 today. Leach starts his second over, and this is squeezed onto the leg side by Davies for a single. The hours of play today are unusual because of the rain damage. We didn't get going until 10 to 2, and then we only got going for about 8 minutes, and then started again at 3. So we've lost over 40 overs from the day, and that's probably going to make forcing a result very difficult. Leach is in again, and Sheikh defends back to the bowler. Tea will be at 4:30, and we have 38.4 overs left in the day. Leach in again, nicely driven by Sheikh, but straight to extra cover. Not any sign of, or very little sign of turn so far. The one that nearly had Davies stumped, I don't think turned, it just Davies just charged past it. Leach in again, good delivery on middle stump, and Sheikh is forward in defence. Leach found his line and length a little bit elusive in the first innings, but he's dropped straight onto it in this innings, Chloe.
Yeah, he hasn't given much at all so far, has he? He's just really found his spot and been really consistent.
Here he comes again, and again, absolutely nothing Sheikh can do with that except defend it. His timing is so good, even a defensive shot that sent the ball very quickly up to mid-on, but no run. 66 for 2. Leach rubbing the ball in his hands. Here he comes again, and again it's an immaculate delivery on middle stump, met by an immaculate forward defensive shot. 66 for 2 Warwickshire. Alex Davies 37, Hamza Sheikh 5.
Yeah, it's really important as well to have that person just tying down an end. They're bowling really well in partnerships here and not really giving the Warwickshire batters anything to get their hands through, really. It's just really good consistency of areas.
And that's where a really good bowler, but especially a spin bowler, can come in, can he? If a spinner can just tie up an end and keep the pressure on from that end and allow the seamers to rotate, that helps the team build a bit of pressure.
Absolutely. Ball in, that's kept pretty low, I think. It's been defended there by Davies, middle stump line. And they're just having a little bit of a chat. And having a little bit of part of a wicket, and heading back to the mark is Davies. Ball once again, and it's a edge beating slip, head on hands from ball there. That's just gone past him. Wait for a replay here. Oh no, not. That would have been an excellent grab if he got across to it, but 4 more added to the total. Warwickshire moved to 70 for 2.
Alex Davies just going through a little fortunate phase at the moment, which he'll be hoping to exploit and come through onto 41.
Ball once again on a left, flicked into the leg side. It's been chased. They've come back for 2, and that will be another 4 runs. This is turning out to be quite a big over here.
Beautifully timed from Alex Davies. A little bit of over pitching from Jake Ball, and that's the history of fast bowling, isn't it? You send a great delivery down which almost gets a wicket, and the next one's pinged to the boundary.
Yeah, there's a curse and a blessing, as they'd say. Ball turns for his 4th delivery of the over in from the city end, and that's outside off, and that's handsomely driven into the offside, and a diving stop on the boundary just saved another boundary from Tom Abel.
Tom Abel doing some great work on both sides of the field. He's one of the best fields in the country, Anthony says, and certainly wouldn't argue with that. But he was over at mid-wicket on the Pershaw Road side in the last over. Now he's right out there in front of the Hollies, so he's putting some yards in as well.
Ball for 5th delivery, left outside off there by Sheikh. And I think we're just going to double check his guard. Looks like he's double checking middle. As Ball's just heading back for a final ball of the over. Quite a big over this has been so far. 2 boundaries from it so far, and he goes for the final ball on a length, defended into the leg side. They've stolen the single there to finish the over. 76 for 2, Sheikh 6, Davies on 46.
Yes, good over for Warwickshire, albeit 4 of them down to 3rd man, fairly streaky. Just looking around the country, results or scores relevant to Warwickshire's relegation battle. Worcestershire still on top at Kent against Kent, but Kent are battling 215 for 4 in their 2nd innings, so still 61 runs behind. And Worcestershire, of course, just like Warwickshire today, lost a bit of time to the weather. Still match delayed up at or down at the Oval, where Surrey are bossing Lancashire, but Lancashire all 10 wickets still intact in their 2nd innings. As Jack Leach begins his 3rd over with a straight ball which draws a forward defensive from Sheikh. Nottinghamshire in some jeopardy just above Warwickshire in the 1st Division table, and they are in trouble up at Durham. 125 for 4 in their 2nd innings, still 177 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat as Sheikh is forward again. So I don't know whether that's a factor as well, Chloe, and Alex Davies is thinking if Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, who are directly above them in the table, were winning, the pressure might be on for Warwickshire to go for the win here. But as Leach is in again, and this is tucked away to mid-on. It's a very tight single, but a very well-judged one by the youngster, and they complete it comfortably. He moves to 6th. But if Nottinghamshire appears sure to lose, Lancashire probably going to lose, in which case Warwickshire, a draw here wouldn't be that bad a result, would it? It would be disappointing having been in a sort of winning position, but it wouldn't be the end of the world for Warwickshire to draw this one.
Yeah, it would definitely be a frustrating outcome, especially how affected it's been by the rain. It's been out of the players' control. But definitely not the worst outcome, but definitely not what they wanted.
Davies is within a boundary of his half century. He won't get it here. He'll just get a single as he works that one to extra cover and moves to 47. I mean, there are some power hitters in Warwickshire's middle order. It's strange, isn't it, sometimes how the different formats have different mindsets, because in T20 and to a degree these days in 50 over, batting is so free, isn't it? The scoring is so heavy. An hour and a half after tea of T20 type batting, and Warwickshire could have a lot of runs to play with. Sheikh defends this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the wickets here will be essential for Warwickshire for how they play after tea for sure.
36 overs left in the day, so Leach is in again, and another good delivery which Sheikh is forward to and just defends. That's the end of Leach's over. 78 for 2. Yes, 36 overs left in the day, so I guess if they're just playing normally for up to tea and for a little bit beyond, and then leave themselves 20 overs just to have a crack, and then they could put some significant runs on the board. But sometimes, Chloe, I just don't think cricketers, maybe they would argue that this is a red ball game, we're in red ball mentality, and sometimes it seems that county cricketers don't flip within games, within formats, which is fair enough, but I just think, how many runs could you get in 15 overs batting T20 style?
Yeah. Ball in for his 4th over, and that's been left alone outside off. Yeah, it's an interesting balance, isn't it, of flicking between the different mindsets, because it could put Warwickshire in a winning position if they do almost bring up Bazball style of play in.
And it would be interesting if they were to go for that in the last hour today. Somerset, I think, would have to go on the defensive fielding. It's a big field, lots of gaps, runs are there to be had.
Outside off, left alone by Davies there.
And I guess if you lost an early wicket or two, or a couple of wickets doing that, there are plenty of wickets. As you say, it depends. If you've only got 2 wickets down, then you can afford maybe to have a go, can't you? And then if you lose a couple, you can shore up again. I don't think that'll happen, though. I have to say, I think Warwickshire may just bat relatively normally. What do you think? What do you think the after tea session will bring?
I'll answer after this ball. Full of length, and that's flicked beautifully onto the leg side. I've taken a single, and will come back for 2. As it's sent back in. Yeah, I really do think it will be down to how many wickets have been lost. Hopefully, from a Warwickshire perspective, 2 is all they're going to lose before tea. And then you can kind of afford to lose a couple more in this evening session, going into tomorrow, having a little bit of a bat, and then having a good old go at the Somerset batters. Ball once again outside off, left alone by Davies there. But again, that's the worst probably outcome from this for a Warwickshire perspective, is a loss. So it'll be kind of working out that balance.
Yeah. It would be wretched to lose a game that they have controlled, and I'm sure they will guard against that in the declaration.
Ball once again outside off, driven into offside there, and they've snuck a single, and that brings Davies 50.
84 balls and 7 fours for the Warwickshire captain. Should have been stumped on 34. He got away with it. And he's signalling to the dressing room for fresh gloves, I think. So he's very much intending to add plenty more to this 50.
Ball once again on his legs, just flicked down too far leg there. And that brings the end of the over 82 for 2. Shake is 8 and Davies on 50.
I'll just leave you to say something more sage, Chloe, and I'll make way for Anthony.
Leaving me to cause chaos for all of about maybe a minute, I think I've got. Just whilst we're having a little bit of a switch around in the commentary box here, the sun is shining, and at 11 o'clock this morning I wouldn't have told you that this was going to happen this afternoon.
Ah, well, I predicted that it would, you see. Well, the weather forecast was pretty clear that we were going to get heavy rain first thing this morning, and then showers around lunchtime, and then sunshine later in the afternoon. And actually the sunshine arrived earlier than they suggested it might. So it's Jack Leach going to be bowling from this pavilion end to Alex Davies. 82 for 2. Leach in and bowls, tosses this one up, and it's played up to Casey Aldridge at mid-on. Of course, another factor in the equation you were talking about too, Brian, is the fact that there are 8 points for a draw this season in the county championship, which some of us don't think is a very good idea, as this is played back to Leach, because it discourages enterprising cricket and encourages safety first attitude. Well, you know, if you pick up a few bonus points, Warwickshire have got 5 bonus points, so 8 points from a draw, 13 points is not a bad return.
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Leach to Davies, who drives to Shake rather, who plays that into the offside. He was aiming for a drive, but checked his shot. Slip is the only close fielder. Craig Overton, the Somerset skipper, standing there with his hands on his knees. Leach in and bowls, and Shake is back on his stumps, playing this up to. It was heading for mid-on, but Tom Abel very quickly across from mid-wicket to cut it off. Lots of vocal encouragement as Leach is in and bowls, and this is played into a gap on the offside, and they're able to steal a single. 83 for 2. Somerset has a very famous travelling supporter called Tractor, who I heard earlier on. I think he's sitting down in the bottom layer of the pavilion down. We can't actually see him, but you can hear him from time to time. And, Tractor and his mates, they go to every Somerset game, home and away, in the Championship and the One Day Cup, as this is played back to Leach. Another good over from Jack Leach. And they've taken his bowling figures off the board even before he's finished his over, but he has bowled 5 overs for 9 runs, so good stuff from Jack Leach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should have had a wicket as well.
Yeah, bit of a lifeline there for Alex Davies. He's moved on to 50 since.
Now, for the benefit of listeners down in Somerset, tell us a little bit about yourself and your cricketing career.
Oh God. So I started down at the Surrey / Southie Stars. That's where I made my professional debut a few years ago. And
Batter or bowler, or both?
So batter bowls a little bit, and I mean a little bit. And then made a move up here 2 years ago.
What brought you up here?
Just a little bit of opportunities, change of scenery, kind of stuff like that, really.
Is Casey Aldridge?
Full of length and driven up to mid-on there. Yeah, it was a really good decision. Edgbaston has insane facilities, obviously. Test venue, world-class facilities here. And I've really enjoyed being in the city.
Facilities aren't too bad at the Oval, are they?
Yeah, facilities also aren't too bad at the Oval, no. Aldridge turning for his second ball of the over. Full of length, defended back to him there.
Casey Aldridge, his spirits ought to be high after he batted very well yesterday for 84, top scoring in the Somerset first innings. In fact, if it hadn't been for Casey Aldridge and James Rue, they added 87 together. Somerset wouldn't have got anywhere near 229 after they were 65 for 5 when Aldridge came in. So he's already done good things in this game.
Aldridge once again full of length, driven back to him there.
Very nice young man he is too. Lovely smile. Interviewed him last evening. Obviously delighted with the way he'd batted, but he's unsure as to whether he's he's an all-rounder, but as to whether batting or bowling is his strongest suit. He's also a brilliant fielder.
There's definitely worse problems to have, isn't there? Aldridge full of length, flick to square leg there, thrown back to him.
Yeah, local boy, born in Bristol, but parents come from Radstock, which is in North Somerset, and went to Millfield School. And he's just 23 years old.
Wow. Aldridge for his 5th delivery of the over. Outside off, left alone there, and that's flown through to the keeper.
And of course, played for England Lions against Sri Lanka last week in the warm-up game down at New Road. And scored 78.
That's definitely not bad going, is it?
Yeah, he's a very, very promising young cricketer. But he tends to, his bowling seems to come in fits and starts. He'll have a good spell or a good game and then lose it a little bit.
Final ball on a length, flicked into the leg side. Will be chased down, and they've taken a comfortable 2 from it, and that will bring the end of the over. 85 for 2 is Warwickshire.
33 overs remaining in the day's play. I think we'll get most of them. We've got 20 minutes to go before tea, and then hour and 40 minutes after that. So 2 hours. Yeah, we should get in the 33 up to 6:30, because Somerset pull their overs pretty quickly, especially when Jack Leach is in the attack, and he looks as though he's going to have a good long spell. Is Leach from this pavilion end. Just conceded 9 runs in his first 4 overs. When's your next game?
Monday, bank holiday.
For Southeastern Sparks, for Central Sparks, sorry.
The Southeastern Sparks.
That's a new one. For Central Sparks against, I'll tell us after this ball from Leach. And Davies back on his stumps.
We're actually down in Somerset. We're
against Western Storm.
Yeah, we're playing Storm.
At Taunton.
Yes.
At Taunton?
Yes.
Yeah.
It should be a good game.
Should indeed. Sophie Luff, captaining Somerset. Western Storm even. It will be Somerset next season. This is swept, and that's 4 runs. Leach just straying down the leg side, and nicely swept by Alex Davies, giving Josh Davey, who's patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, no chance at all. 89 for 2. And that's in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, is it?
Yes. Our final 4 games are coming up thick and fast.
And what's going to happen to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy? Is that going to be played for by the Tier 1 counties?
That's a great question. I actually don't know. I should imagine so.
It would be a shame for the name to be lost, the trophy to be lost. Leach is in and bowls, and Davies is back on his stumps, looking to cut, but deciding against it. A little bit of turn there for Leach, but out of the bowler's footmarks, outside the right-hander's off stump, but too wide. Tosses this one up, or gives it a bit more air, doesn't really. He never really tosses it up, Jack Leach. But he does vary his flight quite nicely, tossing the ball from hand to hand. Walks and then jogs in, bowls shorter and quicker, and this is punched away through the offside out to Jake Ball, who's sweeping on the cover boundary and sends in a rather loose return, which James Rew has to take one-handed over his head. 90 for 2. The lead is 188. last ball of the over. And this is turned into the onside, and Casey Aldridge will field. He'll keep hold of the ball as he's going to bowl the... well, he doesn't keep hold of the ball, he tosses it to Andy Umeed, but he will be bowling the next over. 90 for 2 with Hamza Sheikh on 11 and Alex Davies 55.
Yeah, they've created quite a good partnership here, quite steady. This will be a big one for Somerset. If they can get a breakthrough before tea, would be pretty ideal for them. Obviously, from a Warwickshire perspective, that's keeping these, staying at this 2 wickets down before tea would be quite ideal going into the evening session.
Well, to have any chance of winning, Somerset have got to bowl Warwickshire out. Can't see them being offered anything in a declaration.
Aldridge flicked into the leg side. It looks like it's keeping a little bit low there, and they've taken a single from it. Yeah, definitely to keep the Somerset hopes alive here. They need to bowl Warwickshire out, and yeah, they've kept the consistency and pressure on the Warwickshire batters, and in fairness, they haven't really given too much to them.
No, just the Jake Ball's been the most expensive of them, but Jack Leach has bowled tightly.
Aldridge on the left defended out towards deep cover, and they've taken another single from it.
I mean, I think the fact that we've got sweepers out on both sides shows that Somerset are as intent on keeping the run rate down as they are at taking wickets. It's not easy to force wickets on this pitch. You're relying quite a lot on batsman error.
Absolutely, Aldridge once again on the left, defended by Davies there.
Bowling a good tight line is Casey Aldridge, not offering the batsman any width.
Yeah, no, he's keeping really tight actually. You can see from he's only gone for 4 runs so far, and that's with having the sweepers out. So he's bowling that really tight line and not giving much away. And again, and flicked into the leg side. Boundary, that's gone quickly, and they'll settle for 2 there. That's been well chased.
It's Tom Nallenby out there. Fresh from winning the 100 with the Oval Invincibles.
That's not a bad month, is it?
It's slightly surprising he got in the side. I think it was by virtue of a couple of injuries, but he scored a valuable cameo in the final and made a very good impression with his fielding. He's a very, very good fielder.
Aldridge for his 5th delivery, and that's cut away, and that'll be 4 just behind square there. And 4 to the total, just 2 away from 100 mark for Warwickshire here.
Well, having commended Casey Aldridge on bowling straight, that was short and wide, and a bit of a gift. Can't afford to stray outside the off stump on that side of the ground to a right-hander. It's a short boundary.
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's such a short boundary towards the Hollies. Final ball, and that's short of length and pulled out towards a square leg, and they'll just settle for a single there, and that brings the end of it over. Warwickshire 99 for 2.
31 overs remaining in the day's play. So if Warwickshire go at 3.5 runs and over, that would be around about 110 to go with that. So they'd be 300 ahead at the close of play on that basis, which certainly wouldn't be enough to warrant a declaration. So it looks pretty much certain, unless they really accelerate between now and the close, that they'll be batting still tomorrow morning, unless of course Somerset pull them out. Leach in bowls, and Davies playing around his front pad back to the bowler. There's no run. Got 3 saving 1 on either side, a slip and 2 men out at deep cover and deep square leg. Leach bowls, and Davies again defends, just wary of the ball turning towards his outside edge. Lovely afternoon now here at Edgbaston. Lots of blue sky overhead, just white fluffy clouds, cotton wool clouds. Leach bowls, another defensive shot from Alex Davies. Leach just moving his square leg fielder a little bit behind square on the boundary. Josh Davey out there. Leach bowls, and this time a back foot defensive shot from Alex Davies. Do you play any red ball cricket, Chloe?
No, unfortunately not. It's not yet a thing in a women's domestic game. Obviously, the England women play tests.
Occasional tests.
Yeah.
Leach bowls, and Davies looking for a single. It's not there.
That's it's definitely the thing that I'd like to see over the next few years. Now that all the domestic teams will be fully professional, will they introduce a multi-day format competition?
Leach to Davies, last ball of the over, and it's a maiden over for Jack Leach. 6 overs for taking this. How many runs has he conceded? No, they've taken it off the
14.
14 in 6 overs. So good economical stuff. What format will the Tier 1 counties be playing? Will you be playing a 20 over competition and a 50 over competition?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to continue doing, is whether it will be carrying on, as we said, under the Rachel Hay Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cup. Yeah, so that's all I know of as of yet. Fingers crossed they might start introducing maybe one-off games here and there, like multi-day format.
And will there be promotion and relegation, or are the Tier 1, I think two others due to join in the following year, is that right?
Yeah, so I think that's what's going to happen in a couple years down the line. They've got Yorkshire and Glamorgan also becoming Tier 1, and I think the plan is to then develop the Tier 2 sides as well. Aldridge on a lap defended, back to mid-on.
So there'll be a sort of it'll be a pyramid structure effectively, with Tier 1 at the top and then Tier 2, which is the other counties. And is there going to be a Tier 3 of national counties?
Yeah, but I believe there is a Tier 3 as well. Yeah, and I think the plan is to kind of have a relegation and promotion system, but that's probably quite a few years away just yet. Aldridge once again defended to mid-wicket there. So it's definitely all steps in the right direction for sure.
And you'll all be professionals, fully professional.
Yes. Everything will be fully professional at the moment.
You paid the same as the chaps? Not yet.
Aldridge in for his third ball of the over, and that's defended back to him as the balls are just being chucked around.
But women's cricket has come a huge distance in a very short space of time, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's completely different to, say, what, 2017 World Cup. It's completely different now, and even being involved in domestic game, how it's come on in the last 4 years is quite incredible. Wrapped on the pads, and they've scampered a single from it, and that will be the Warwickshire 100 up. So you can hear the little ripple of applause from around the ground of people who've come for the sunshine and those hardcore individuals who were here for when it was chucking it down.
There weren't very many people here this morning. Was that just that one lonely chap in the
Yeah.
Hollies stand?
Yeah, I want to know where the guy in the family stand's gone, because he was there for a good while, and I think he was staying true to being on his own for a little bit. Aldridge just at the top of his mark now, waiting for Davies to get set as he's coming in about some
Bouncer.
bounce. He's ducked underneath that.
Yes, and they've set the field for the bouncer as well. They've got forward square leg and a shortish mid wicket and a long leg and a deep mid wicket. So I think we're going to see some short stuff from Casey.
Yeah, absolutely. They really need to find a way of breaking his partnership. Odge once again short of length, and that's been pulled. I think he's ended up gloving that, and that's been saved, I think.
Jack Leach down, or a combination of Jack Leach and Jake Ball, I think, did save the 4.
Yeah, and that's end of the over as well. 101 for 2.
That wasn't Jack Leach, it was Tom Banton. Apologies to Tom Banton. So the 100 came up in 33 overs, which means that Warwickshire are going along at almost exactly 3 runs and over. So not exactly roaring along, but they're building a decent platform from which they could accelerate.
Yeah, absolutely. This partnership is playing quite a crucial role in their innings, and I really do think that wicket count will be essential for how they're going to go on and play the rest of this game.
Leach to bowl another over. It'll be his 7th. He's conceded just 14 runs in his first 6, and this is just fiddled into the offside by Davies, but straight to Andy Umeed, who hasn't had much to do in the field. Formerly of Warwickshire. Played for Warwickshire back in 2017. Leach bowls, and again they're thinking of a single as Davies pushes into the offside, but Lammonby this time quickly onto it. I think there are a few more people here than there were earlier on, but maybe not too many. Anyone who lives reasonably near to the ground worth coming in to enjoy the last couple of hours. This is a short ball from Leach, which is driven off the back foot into the covers, but straight to Lammonby at extra cover. Leach to Davies. This is just a defensive shot. 101 for 2. The lead is 199. Which might even be enough, the way that Somerset batted in the first part of their innings yesterday. This is another good ball from Jack Leach, which Davies defends off the back foot. 0 for 2 Somerset were, and 65 for 5. So on 229, representing quite a good recovery. Last ball of Leach is over, and there won't be a single here. It's another maiden over to Jack Leach. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. He's bowling much better in this second innings, Jack Leach, than he did in the first innings, and he ought to have had a wicket with mis-stumping when James Rue collected the ball with Alex Davies well out of his ground, went to take the bails off and missed. Which, having never been a wicketkeeper, I'm in no position to criticise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it must be similar to, you can see that he's halfway down the track, and you know when you get a half volley and your eyes light up, I think it might have been an eyes light up situation.
Yeah.
Aldridge to continue on a length defended down 2 fine leg there, and they've taken a single, just rotating a strike again. Alex Davies, I think, just sorted his grip out a little bit as Aldridge is going back to his mark. I think we're in for a little bit more short stuff here. We've got deep square just in front and another square just behind on the boundary. Square leg in next to the umpire, a fine leg, a third man, and a deep point. As Aldridge is coming in and short of length, and that's defended off a back foot. And they've stolen the single there. It's just dropped in front of him a little bit.
Yeah, he got his line wrong there, did Aldridge, and he got away with it because the offside field is fairly thinly populated with Aldridge under instructions to bowl short at Alex Davies, rather more conventional line of attack to Hamza Sheikh.
Aldridge in on a length, defended by Sheikh there. As he's just heading back towards the top of his mark.
Fireworks going off somewhere.
Yeah, must be.
Probably a wedding.
Yeah, well, it's turned out to be quite a nice day for a wedding now. Aldridge for his fourth ball of over, driven to extra cover there, back to a keeper. Some good shapes here from Sheikh. As he's just going back for his drive and giving a wicket a little bit of doing a little bit of gardening on the length.
It's first class game for Warwickshire, I think.
Yeah, I believe this is Aldridge short of a length, and he's ducked underneath that.
One for the over, signalled by Alex Wharf.
Yeah, both just doing.
We have had a couple of no balls on height, consecutive ones bowled by Michael Ray, the Warwickshire New Zealander.
Okay. Last ball of it over from Aldridge here, full of length, driven up to mid on. That brings the end of the over, 103 for 2.
The reason being, he'd already bowled 2 bouncers in the over, and then he bowled a third, which was given no ball. And then, for reasons known only to Michael Ray, he bowled a 4th, which was also a no ball. You'd have thought it might have dawned on him that, having been told that his ration for the over of bouncers had run out.
Yeah.
But,
you would have hoped the message had gone through by that point.
Well, there we are. Right, last over before tea. It'll be Jack Leach bowling to Alex Davies. It's 103 for 2. The lead is 201. Leach bowls and Davies stretches forward. Plays it defensively into the offside. It's picked up by Tom Lavenby. The sight sheet at the far end billowing in the breeze, which is coming across the ground from west to east. But it's a very pleasant late afternoon now. Leach bowls a slightly slower ball, which again is defended by Alex Davies. He's only really tried the one. Well, there was a couple of sweep shots he's played, both for 4, Alex Davies, and then when he came down the pitch and tried to hit him in the Hollies stand. This is another sweep and will be cut off by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, that is, at backward square leg or short fine leg. He hasn't had much to do in the field, Kohler-Cadmore. Hasn't had much to do in the match. Faced 2 balls. First 2 balls of the Somerset innings. Came charging down the pitch at Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Both of them missed the first and nicked the second slip. That's a defensive shot into the offside, provoking a fair amount of criticism on social media from Somerset supporters. Leach to Davies. This is pitched right up on leg stump. He just turns it into the onside straight to Tom Abel. So the last ball before the tea interval. Leach to Davies. It's another defensive shot. It's another maiden. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 14. Jack Leach as the players wander off towards the dressing room. So at tea, 103 for 2 Warwickshire, with Sheikh on 13 and Alex Davies on 65. The lead is 201, and it's been a fairly quiet session, but who knows, we may get much more excitement between 10 to 5 and the likely close at around about 6:30. Hope you can join us in about 20 minutes time. Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the evening session of this truncated day of Vitality Division 1 County Championship cricket. A game between Warwickshire and Somerset. The match situation, Warwickshire in their second innings 103 for 2, which means they have a lead of 101 over Somerset with 8 second innings wickets in hand. We have 26 overs remaining. Is it 26 or 28? I can't read the scoreboard.
26.
26 overs remaining in the day's play. That was the voice of Brian Holford from BBC West Midlands and, BBC WM as it's known now, and BBC Coventry and Warwickshire. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and we'll be joined in around about 20 minutes' time by Chloe Brewer from Central Sparks. And, well, we've just been chatting about the sort of prognosis for the rest of the day's play and how long it will take Warwickshire to decide to put the foot down and try and score some quick runs.
Yes, good evening, everybody, and a warm welcome back to Edgbaston, whether you're listening in Somerset or Warwickshire or Saddleburg or wherever you are on the planet. Hopefully we're going to get an interesting session, but Anthony, the three of us have just been trying to juggle the permutations, and it is difficult. Having lost over 50 overs today, it is difficult to see how Warwickshire can set a target for Somerset which does not risk Somerset chasing that target down, and that is a risk, of course, that Warwickshire will be very loath to take, especially after what happened at Taunton a few weeks ago, but also in the context of the league table. A defeat here would be a very bad result for Warwickshire, so they've got to play some very positive and some very purposeful cricket to get into a winning position, I think, from here.
Yeah, and the difference between a win and a draw with the 5 bonus points that they've got in the bag is only 8 points. So you're not going to take too many risks, are you? But, the 8 points for a draw has a lot to answer for, if you ask me.
Well, I agree fully. There's a man at the back to bowl who has a very positive outlook. He revealed last night, didn't he, in conversation with you, Casey Aldridge. Whatever we are set, we will chase it down, you said. He's about to begin his work with the ball for the evening session today, and he starts with an over-pitch ball on leg stump, which is flicked to long leg by Hamza Sheikh, and that run was up on the scoreboard before the players had crossed.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm all for quick scoreboards, but it's when they take the bowling analysis off the scoreboard before the bowler has even finished his last delivery. So you're seeing, and at the end of that over, Jack Leach's figures are they've gone.
They have the reactions of a hummingbird in that scorebox. Aldridge has none for 15, having batted beautifully yesterday to keep his side in the game. That was a wide delivery outside off stump. I'm not quite sure why Slip got excited there, because
Craig Overton doesn't take much to get excited.
Well, Alex Davies' attempted cut missed by several inches, I think, but well done, Craig, for trying to imbue this rather quiet cricket scene with a bit of passion and emotion. Where will we be this time tomorrow, I wonder? A thrilling climax or a dreary draw? This is driven very pleasantly by Alex Davies, and that's 4 runs through the covers, over pitched by Casey Aldridge, and Davies moves to 69.
Well, from I suppose if I was a real optimist, I would say that Somerset could be closing in on a spectacular victory against all the odds this time tomorrow evening. But I think I'd settle for an reasonably early return home after a draw.
Aldridge in again, outside off stump. Davies begins to cut, but then pulls out at the last moment, and through it goes to James Rue, who batted extremely well in the first innings, but unfortunately did one slight error in the field which could cost his side today. Somerset really do need to take every chance if they're going to try and get back in this game with the ball, and he did miss a stumping which reprieved Alex Davies on 34. Davies is now 69 and he'll move on to 70 here, possibly 71 with a flick into the leg side, and they do indeed scamper a second run. And Casey Aldridge takes out his frustration on the footmarks at the city end. 110 for 2.
Kent's still going down the road. 248 for 4, just 28 runs behind now with Tuanda Muye 159 on out. Harry Finch keeping you company.
Last ball of Aldridge is over. It's flicked off the hip by Alex Davies, and he will keep the strike with a single which takes him to 72 out of 111 for 2. Alex Davies not a million miles of his 11th first-class century. He is a guy, I mean, he's played significant amounts of T20 cricket around the world, and he's a guy that can score very quickly. So Warwickshire do have that option in their locker if they choose to have a real dart in the last hour and see if they can put Somerset under pressure tomorrow.
Well, they had that opportunity in the game at Taunton in the last hour or so of the third day and didn't really take it, and just went along fairly steadily and declared overnight, leaving Somerset to 400 plus to score. Whereas if they'd been a little bit more enterprising, they could have perhaps pushed it up to nearer 450 and history might have been different. This is turned into the onside by Davies from Jack Leach and fielded at short fine leg by Tom Kohler-Catmore. Lovely late afternoon sunshine here at Edgbaston. Leach bowling and Davies stretching forward. No sign of yet of any change in his approach to Jack Leach. Leach in his 9th over has conceded just 14 runs. Should have had a wicket, as Brian Holford was describing. And this is turned into the onside, and Tom Abel comes across, tumbles over in making the stop. There wouldn't have been a single anyway, as Casey Aldridge was waiting for it at mid-on. Leach bowls. This is a slog sweep, and that is 6 runs. 6 runs into the bottom tier of the Hollies stand. He picked that one up beautifully, did Alex Davies. So perhaps that signals a change of approach from Warwickshire.
I don't think it would take too much risk to actually get the scoreboard ticking over a little bit, would it? Because it's not by no means a really difficult wicket to bat on. It's a big field. So it is in Warwickshire's hands. They've done well to keep wickets in hand. It's in their hands now if they just do want to press on the gas a bit and just increase the pressure a little bit.
Alex Davies on to 78, and this time he's playing this square of the wicket on the offside just for a single. Somerset won't be too worried about Alex Davies looking to slog sweep Jack Leach because he's hitting against the spin, but I'd sooner see a deep mid-wicket rather than a deep square leg, which is what they've got at the moment, as Davies pushes this into the offside. So just the one scoring shot from that over, but the scoring shot was a 6, which has made, I wouldn't say it's made a mess of Jack Leach's figures. They're still very tidy. 9 overs for 20 runs, 117 for 24 overs remaining in the day's play.
It's an interesting word that you used there at Warwickshire's lack of enterprise at Taunton, and sometimes it does surprise me when you see the batting in white ball cricket these days, and T20 obviously, and the 100 and enterprise. I mean, it's all about innovation and acceleration, and the batters do all sorts of stuff. As Aldridge begins the next over and Shake flicks this to mid-wicket for no run. And yet in red ball cricket, sometimes that mindset won't change, will it? And it's strange, isn't it? They just will continue along the prosaic orthodox lines and just see where it takes them. And as Warwickshire found out on that occasion, you know, sometimes it can cost you quite a lot. Here comes Aldridge again. 5 overs, none for 22 so far. Shake defends, but sometimes you could argue in T20, I mean, they're a little bit obsessed with innovation and enterprise and doing things differently, whereas in
well, I've lost count of the number of times I've heard coaches say, well, we'll just play normally and until, you know, a couple of hours before whatever, and then we'll see where we are. You know, and we thought they'd sort of set out right from the outset with a clear strategy.
Shake pulls this one. It's a short delivery and a slow riser, which again illustrates the lack of pace in this pitch. Shake had oodles of time to get above that and put it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. I remember once talking to Dougie Brown, Warwickshire legend and wonderful cricketer and a great guy. And when he was a director of cricket, I think Warwickshire had run out of time because it had rained. And I said to Dougie after the game, might your batters have showed a bit more purpose and positivity? In the light, the weather forecast was dodgy. And he said, oh, we don't play to the weather forecast.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Davies is turned around a little bit. A good ball from Aldridge, but it just pushes it into the offside. And I see that you don't want to have your strategy completely dictated by the weather, but surely you factor it in somewhere.
You'd have thought so, but they don't. It seems it's sort of an unwritten rule of county cricket, is that you ignore the weather. Yes. You play every game as if it's going to be sunshine all the way through.
Davies on 78 waits for Aldridge and nurdles this away, trademark fashion, down to third man for a single.
Somerset have got 4 men out now, which shows what it's a pretty clear indication as to what they think the situation is. Although Tom Banton's just come in from third man to short third man, so it's only 3 out now.
119 for 2, so Warwickshire 217 in front. And here comes Aldridge, and that's driven straight crisply by Shake, but doesn't beat mid-on, and no run. 119 for 2 it remains, so it is a fair old advantage. Over 200 already, and if Warwickshire do thread the occasional 4 and 6 in amongst a few 1s and 2s, then the advantage is going to be quite significant. The other question, of course, which we don't know the answer to, is how easy it's going to be to take 10 wickets on this track, because it has been a difficult pitch to evaluate, as Ed Barnard said yesterday.
But it hasn't shown any real sign of deterioration, has it?
No, I think it will be a decent pitch to bat on tomorrow, won't it?
Well, it will be a pitch that it will remain pretty hard to take wickets on. I think won't be easy to score quickly on it. And this is just goes to the right hand of Craig Overton, who takes it on the bounce, and an outside edge that time from Alex Davies. Gets away with it. Just taken on the half volley by Craig Overton. Wasn't a chance. And I don't think there's a cricketer in the world who could have turned it into a chance either. 119 for 2 as Leach is in and bowls, and Davies stretches forward.
Leach has bowled really nicely, isn't he, the second innings. First innings he was struggling a little bit, but this time he's been bang on the button from ball 1.
Somerset leaving that deep mid-wicket position open so that he's encouraged to play a sweep, but that's a little paddle sweep, and which beats Kohler Cadmore at short fine leg and runs away to the long leg boundary for 4 runs. Leach bang on cue, provided by Brian Holford. Bowls one down the leg side.
Tom Kohler Cadmore you mentioned there, Anthony. Do you think he'll open the innings in similar vein in the second time round to the first time?
Probably. Probably with a similar degree of success, the way he's playing at the moment. Leach in and bowls, and this is Davies cutting this away. It will be cut off by Jake Ball, who makes a bit of a meal of it fails to pick it up cleanly. But they'd already decided not to come back for the second run. He's not the quickest, Jake Paul. He's got a good arm though. 124 for 2. Davies on to 84. Hamza Sheikh on strike, who almost gets an edge to that. So he plays with his bat a long way from his body. Momentary encouragement there for Jack Leach, Craig Overton and Somerset. Leach bowls, Sheikh is down the pitch, but plays a defensive shot when he gets there. So another good over from Jack Leach. Figures of 10 overs for 25, just what Somerset would have hoped for from their vastly experienced slow left arm. 124 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, Warwickshire skipper Alex Davies facing a similar dilemma to his predecessor of 1905, Fred Byrne, when he was captain of Warwickshire when Somerset played their first championship match here at Edgbaston. And on the third day, Warwickshire were batting quite big into the 300s, and they had to set Somerset a target, just like the current situation. And they batted on and got 369 for 7 and set Somerset 380 as Aldridge starts a new over and Davies defends into the offside. And Somerset on the final day made 172 for 3 off 80 overs, and the match fizzled out into a... So let's hope that this one doesn't quite go the same way.
What was that, 1905?
Yes.
Somerset weren't very good in 1905.
That was their first visit. They didn't play Warwickshire for quite a few years after Warwickshire became first class, but in those days I think the fixtures were quite haphazardly sorted out, weren't they? So Aldridge is in again, good ball which Davies tries to attack but is forced to defend and just nudges it out into the offside.
When did Warwickshire come into the county championship?
1894.
So 3 years later than Somerset.
But I think there were several counties. Nottinghamshire was another one that Warwickshire didn't play hardly at all for the first 20 years. Because I think all the fixtures were sorted out at a dinner at Lord's in the springtime, weren't they? And people invited each other to play, or didn't, as the case may be. Here comes Aldridge. And this is another good delivery, which straightens on Davies, and he almost squirts a return catch back there. In the end, it ends up in the hands of mid-on quite safely. But this is a good over from Aldridge. He's halfway to a maiden, but also 3 good deliveries, which are threatening the batter.
Yeah, he's bowling well, as Casey Aldridge. He's been given a good bowl as well.
Here he comes again. A little bit over pitch that one, but Davies doesn't connect well with the drive and it scuffs out to mid-wicket. Casey Aldridge looking to continue his good match. He dug Somerset out of a situation of a bit of peril yesterday afternoon with a really good innings. None for 24 to his 9 with the ball at the moment. Here he is again, another very good ball which Davies drops down right in front of him, and Aldridge walks forward to field off his own bowling. 124 for 2 it remains. Good over from Aldridge to back up a good one from Leach, and Somerset can just keep a break on the Warwickshire scoring, then it just means they are likely to have less time to have to survive tomorrow. When the weather forecast I think is good, so we should get a full day in tomorrow. Aldridge again, can he complete a maiden? He can, because that's another good straight delivery. Alex Davies looks to the sky after keeping that ball out. He was frustrated in that over. Very good over from Casey Aldridge. Warwickshire remain 124 for 2.
Yeah, showed the value of bowling straight on a just short of a length, and if he can acquire a bit more consistency, a bit more steadiness to go with his natural physical attributes, Casey Aldridge, he could be quite a force, which is obviously what the England management think as well, having given him his chance for England Lions against Sri Lanka last week. He hasn't really done enough in county cricket this season to justify it, but the England selectors pick on potential as much as on performance. Hence the elevation of Shoaib Bashir as Leach bowls and Sheikh plays this from the crease back up the pitch. Tom Abel just goes across to Tom Banton rather goes across to have a word with Casey Aldridge, offering a suggestion. I would guess Leach in bowls. This is turned into the onside by Sheikh, but Tom Abel is there to intercept it at mid-wicket. As an aeroplane goes overhead, can't actually see it at the moment. Lots of blue sky over Edgbaston at the moment. It's pity there are so few people here to watch the cricket and enjoy the sunshine. This is shorter and quicker and played up to Casey Aldridge at mid-on. Players making a lot more noise than the crowd at the moment. Turn up the effects microphone a little bit. Leach bowls, Sheikh pushes this into the offside, and there will be a single as Lammonby has to move to his left to make the stop at extra cover. 125 for 2.
Yeah, good test this for 18-year-old Hamza Sheikh. Good bowling, keeping the pressure on, giving him no easy runs. Most of his cricket in his short professional career so far has been white ball and licence to attack, and this time he's just got to be a little more watchful and build an innings, and so far he's doing it very well.
Leach to Davies, who will pick up a single, also into the covers, and there is the opportunity to take a single there because we've got a deep cover, who is Jake Ball, who may be about to come back into the attack. Last ball of the Leach over, his 11th. This is driven but straight to Casey Aldridge. So just the 2 runs off that over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27. Jack Leach's very respectable figures.
Jake Ball, much the most lightly raced of the seamers in this innings so far. Just 4 overs that he's bowled.
Yeah, he hasn't really set the world on fire since he joined Somerset from Nottinghamshire at the start of the season. He's top of the bowling averages before this game with 14 wickets, but they've cost him nearly 29 runs apiece.
He's still watching for now as Aldridge continues from the city end, and with a good straight delivery which Davies defends. That's 7 successive balls which Aldridge has forced Davies onto the defensive with, and Alex Davies doesn't like to be on the defensive, so it might just be a bit of him that's thinking, right, I'm going to do something extravagant here, whatever the ball. He doesn't like to be tied down, Alex Davies. He's on 85 out of 126 for 2. Here's Aldridge again, another ball absolutely gun barrel straight, which Davies can't do anything with. Pushes it out to Umeed.
News on the fast bowling front from Somerset is that Riley Meredith has been called up to the Australian international T20 squad for their games against Scotland in early September, which means he won't be available for the Blast quarter-final against Northamptonshire.
Aldridge in again, Davies fends off to the gully.
Which is a considerable blow, because he's one of the quickest in the country, Riley Meredith, and he will be missed at Wantage Road. If Somerset can get through to finals day by beating Northamptonshire, the chances are he will be available for finals day. But that's a bigger if than it was.
Here's Aldridge again, and Davies again defends. This is really good bowling from Casey Aldridge. Yes, Somerset would love to be back here in Birmingham for finals day, when the atmosphere would be slightly different to
with the 4th year in succession, which is a bit better than the Bears, isn't it?
Well, the Bears have won the Blast just once in its illustrious history.
Somerset have only won it twice.
But how many finals day appearances?
Oh, loads.
The Bears have got 3, I think. Davies again defends a straight ball. Aldridge is absolutely on the money now. He hasn't bowled a shred of a loose ball for the last 2 overs. Very impressive stuff. Warwickshire too, of course, face a T20 quarter-final at home to Gloucestershire. And they'll be hoping to end the knockout hoodoo, which has rather overtaken them. They've lost a lot of knockout games in the last few years. Davies again has to defend, and that's a super over. Another maiden, second maiden on the run for Aldridge. Lovely bowling, 126 for 2. Yeah, Warwickshire and Somerset could be reconvening then at finals day, Anthony, although Northants are quite strong in that format.
They're going to take a bit of beating in Northants, especially without Riley Meredith. I don't know who we'd rather face, Warwickshire or Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have beaten Somerset twice in the Blast this season, and on the face of it, I'd say Warwickshire, or the Bears, I beg your pardon, the Bears look the stronger of the 2 sides as compared with Gloucestershire. But Gloucestershire can play above themselves. So I'll just do this over and then hand over to Chloe Brewer. Jack Leach to bowl his 12th over. This is turned away through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. Josh Davey can't do anything about that. Again, just straying onto leg stump, Jack Leach. And again, Josh Davey at deep square leg when I think he'd be better off at deep mid-wicket. And had he been at deep mid-wicket, that would just have been a single. So Shane Berger having a chat with Josh Davey. Shane Berger, the Somerset batting coach, formerly coach of Scotland. Don't know who I'm going to be talking to at close of play at the moment. Nobody's done anything particularly outstanding for Somerset. Perhaps something outstanding is about to happen. This is forward defensive shot from Sheikh.
Somerset side of another era would have been quite tasty in T20, wouldn't it, with both from Richards and Garner lining up in a Blast game? That would have been a decent side.
Yeah. I'm quite glad they never actually had to play it. This is played back up the onside of the pitch. But yeah, I mean, Somerset were a terrific one-day side in the late 70s, early 80s. But they never won the county championship in that golden era. That's a defensive shot from...
And they have still never won it, have they? It's
no, still never won it.
Curious, that is. They're such a strong side at various points.
Yeah. Leach in and bowls, and Sheikh is back on his stumps, playing it back to the bowler. Marcus Trescothick said he was going to carry on batting for Somerset until they won the county championship. And I've been saying for years I'll carry on commentating until Somerset win the county championship. But, we will see. Leach in and bowls the last ball of this over. It's another defensive shot from Hamza Sheikh's 130 for 2. The lead is 228, and after some words from Brian Holford, then Chloe Brewer will come in alongside.
Good cricket in that over. Leach just strayed once, but apart from that, accurate bowling. And the one time that Leach did stray, beautifully flicked away to the mid-wicket fence by Hamza Sheikh. There was no needless power in the shot, just stroked away with really exquisite timing. And a boundary for the 18-year-old. 130 for 2, and Chloe is back with us. As we were saying earlier on, Chloe, if Warwickshire keep wickets in hand, they give themselves the option of having a bit of a go later on, and that is still an option.
Yeah, absolutely. This partnership is really coming in clutch for their innings, and it's really racking up. Sheikh now on 20 and Davies on 85. They've definitely got a very solid platform to go from.
Jake Ball is back into the attack after Aldridge's excellent spell and starts with a straight delivery, which Davies just plays down onto the offside. Aldridge finished with 2 maidens, which were pretty much immaculate. A little bit surprised he's come off, but maybe it was quite a long spell. And Jake Ball only 4 overs in his locker will be a little bit fresher, so let's see if he can keep the pressure on. No slips. Somerset right on the defensive now. In the Birmingham sunshine, Davies plays this one to backward point. There's no run. There's 5 men saving 1 and 4 men on the boundary saving 4. So Somerset very much on the defensive.
Yeah, they've definitely got to limit the amount of runs that Warwickshire score here.
How do you play this as a cricketer, Chloe, when the game is going against you and it's almost damage limitation, isn't it? And it's the other team that has to dictate as Ball is in again. And Davies gets his first run for quite a long time, turns it onto the leg side, just get a single. I guess you've just got to concentrate and limit the damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say you've probably just got to execute your skills as best as you can for as long as you can, really, to try and make it really hard for the opposition. I'd say if you're on the struggling side of the game, it's definitely just making it as hard as you can for the opposition.
I guess that's where mental strength comes in, isn't it? When you're on the wrong end of something, you dig in rather than just let it go. As Raps shake on the pad, there might have been a little bit of bat in it. We'll soon find out if there's a leg by signal. No, there isn't. There was a little bit of a inside edge on that. Shake moves to 21. I think one of Mark Robinson's mantras is, if you're on the back end of a game, don't lose it. Just dig in, stay in it. And sometimes if you stay in a game, you can end up winning it, just so long as you stay in the game. And that's what Somerset are trying to do now. They're just not letting Warwickshire get away, so that, who knows, tomorrow they could just be set a target they can chase down. Davies eases this one through the covers up to the man on the Holly's side rope and takes a single. And mostly since tea it's been just ones and dot balls, hasn't it? Somerset have kept quite a good break. There's been the occasion, there's 1 6 for Alex Davies and a couple of 4s, but mostly it's been quite gentle scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much space on the outfield now. With those 4 on the fence, it'll just be kind of milking the runs from where the sweepers are out.
133 for 2. Ball is in again and Shake lets this one pass. 133 for 2 it remains, so Warwickshire lead by 231. 17 overs to go, so let's say 4 and over, another 68 will take them to 200. So nearly around 300 ahead overnight.
Yeah, that's a really solid lead, if I'm being perfectly honest, especially if you have a little bit of a bat tomorrow morning, and just seeing where you end up and whether you can have a little bit of a go at the Somerset batters and see what result will come of the game.
I'd be interested from Anthony's Somerset perspective, how many, if Warwickshire were to set them 420, do you think they'd have a go? No, there wouldn't be too much time, would there? So they wouldn't have a whole day at it like they did at Taunton, would they? So
Leach to continue in for his over on a length, defended to point there, and dot ball to start the over. Leach has been so effective just holding up an end for the seamers to go from the other end. It's been very, very consistent in his lines and lengths. As he's coming in for his second ball on that length again, worked down to 45, and there's a bit of a miscommunication, and that's out.
oh.
That's a breakthrough that Somerset needed. There was a hesitation there from Shake there, but it ended up going through for the single, and has just been run out.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore there with the throw, and it wasn't a direct hit. It was, but it didn't need to be. It was just a misjudgment, a hesitation on the single. Davies took the ball just a leg, and it was Shake's call. The ball was behind square, so Shake's call. I think he hesitated, but then went for it. But he was never making that if the throw was anywhere near. Really frustrating that for Hamza Sheikh, who I remember on his first team debut for Warwickshire. Was it 3 years ago? As a 2 years ago as a 16-year-old. He made a really good 20 and then got run out. And similar has happened here. Sheikh run out for 21. Sharp work from Kohler-Cadmore, but a really needless run out and wicket there for the Bears, ending a partnership of 87 by Davies and Sheikh. So the end of one very talented young batsman. In comes another as Jacob Bethel comes to the crease.
Yeah, that's definitely the breakthrough that Somerset needed there. 133 for 3. And it would just be interesting to see how Warwickshire go about their innings now.
Well, Jacob Bethel earlier this season has scored 50 off 15 balls in the T20, so we all know what he can do. And I mean, I don't think it will happen, Chloe, but 3 wickets down, plenty of batting to come. Could you just say to Jacob, have a go? Would you say that?
That's a great question.
Yeah, what's the answer? Would you say that? Would you say to Jacob, bat with freedom, or would you say just bat normally? Well, Alex Davies has just said something to him, so we'll see.
We'll see how it goes in the next. Maybe give me an over and I'll get an answer to you.
That's not good enough. We need an answer now. Before he faces the delivery, we want to know what you think his approach should be.
What do you think his approach should be?
I think he should have a real go. Obviously not from the very first ball, but he's got 16 overs, lots of wickets in hand. I don't see why Jacob Bethel couldn't be given licence to have a go. Not straight away, but the rest of this evening. I don't think it'll happen, but we'll see. What do you think will happen? You haven't really answered that question, have you?
I've done well to turn it back around.
You did.
Yeah, I think if they could push a score in a little bit so it is out of Somerset's reach a little bit.
It's a good question. Anthony has just said, who are we waiting for? And that is a really good question, because Jacob Bethel is pretending to play a shot towards the square leg umpire. 3 or 4 Somerset players are having a chat behind the other umpire. Another Somerset player is doing squats. And the answer to Anthony's question is supplied as the 12th man comes on with protective equipment. Evidently a close fielder. Tom Banton is going to get under the lid at short leg, which, if Jacob Bethel does go positive, could be quite a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like to stand there when Bethel's at the crease.
I think a member of this small audience has just offered the players a few thoughts about the length of this stoppage. Happily, I don't think the light's going to prevent any of these 16.4 overs being played. A very bright and sunny evening with the snow at Edgbaston.
Bethel now sets faces first ball, Leach's third ball of the over. So he comes in defended under his eyes for his first delivery, and he's come left arm over now to a left-handed batter. So this is quite a good combination now, having a left and right hand bat in. Just puts bowlers off their lines just a little bit as Leach flighted one up, and that's driven handsomely through the covers, and Bethel is away with a 4.
Well, of course, even if Jacob Bethel plays his normal game and doesn't particularly go offensive, he still will score quickly because he is such a gifted stroke player.
Absolutely. Fifth ball here. He's just looking at deep point a little bit as he comes through. I give a length and that's cut away, and that'll be another 4. Is this a cameo you are after?
Well, 8 from 3 balls isn't a bad start, is it?
There's definitely worse starts, isn't there?
Yeah, and there wasn't too much wrong with those 2 deliveries. I mean, you could argue that they could have just been defended, but no, that was a gorgeous shot, wasn't it? Just chopped away there down to 3rd for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. There wasn't much rim on it either. He's taking it quite fine and out of the keeper's hands. Leach once again on a length, defended off the back foot by Bethel there. And that brings the end of the over. 141 for 3. And Warwickshire leading by 239.
Jacob Bethel's confidence will be high after an excellent innings in the first innings, 64, which really did shape this match because Warwickshire were in a lot of trouble at 60. What was it? 165 for 6, and at that stage, further wickets would have really put Somerset in charge. But Bethel knuckled down and showed an application and a technique and a concentration that he doesn't need to show in the shorter formats. But he showed he can play the long game as well, and he started impressively this time round as well. 8 from 4 balls with a couple of gorgeous offside boundaries. Now Alex Davies is on 87, not a million miles away from 3 figures. Let's see if he can move closer there to them from this delivery from Jake Ball. He can't because that's very straight. Davies just drops it at his feet and 3 fielders converge and there isn't a run. You're off down to, did you say the Somerset, Troy? Off down to the, what's the game? What's the
50 over game, Virtual Hayflint on Monday.
Against Western Storm, yeah. Here comes Ball again. And this is chopped away by Davies. Very fine and fine enough. Oh, that's super fielding down there by Tom Banton at 3rd man. That saved a couple of runs. Just inside the rope. Davies takes 2. Yes, Central Sparks just pride and a few points at the bottom end of the table to play for, is it, in this season, the rest of the 50 over campaign?
Yeah, we've got 4 games left and yeah, it would be nice to end on a good note.
Here comes Ball again. Sparks season, it's been a bit up and down, hasn't it? There's been some really good performances and really good individual performances, but collectively sometimes it's flickered, hasn't it? And hopefully you can finish strongly.
Yeah, absolutely. T20 campaign went really well. We got to finals day, which was a really good experience. But 50 overs we just haven't quite clicked this year, unfortunately.
Ball in again from the city end. Davies punches it out to point, and there's no run. Autumnal sense to this fixture. The cricket season is starting to enter the home straight now. A real sign of the impending autumn for Warwickshire supporters would be car park steward JT putting his woolly hat on. I mean, that is a real sign that autumn is here. And Ball is in again, and this is a waft outside the off stump, well wide of the off stump, that ball, and I don't think Davies could reach it. Well taken by Rue. 143 for 3. There's been a chilly breeze much of the game. Warwickshire back here, of course, almost straight away next week to face Kent, and what a huge game that is in the relegation equation. Here comes ball again. This is flicked into the leg side by Davies, but he won't beat the fielder. And another tight over there for Somerset, making sure the scoring is kept on a leash. But this is going to be very interesting now. Leach is bowling very well, and he's going to bowl to Jacob Bethel, who's hugely talented and at the moment full of confidence. So, an intriguing duel.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Leach has bowled ever so well. Even still, he's bowled 13 overs, 39 runs.
Should have had the big wicket of Alex Davies, of course, when Davies had 34. And he was lured down the crease. I think it was in Leach's first over, actually, and beaten all ends up. And James Rue took the ball cleanly, the wicket-keeper, but unfortunately missed with his attempt to take the bails off, and Davies was reprieved. And he subsequently moved on to 89, so that was unlucky for the bowler.
Yeah, definitely an expensive missed opportunity from a Somerset perspective. Obviously, from a Warwickshire perspective, it's quite lucky. Davies now onto 89, and it's really holding this Warwickshire innings together as they push on. Mid-on's just been sent back just a little bit. I think Leach is quite wary of Bethel's capabilities here. He's driven to mid-on, he's taken a single to him. He's coming left arm round now to the left-hander, so probably looking to just fire it into his pads and not give him too much room. Davies just tapping the pitch down, that routine bit of gardening that batters often do.
Yeah, he was about halfway down the track there. If Leach pitches the ball there, I think Davies would be happy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right on that spot. Leach again. Short and wide, and that's been cut away out to offside. Cover comes around to pick it up. They look for two, but Davies gets sent back. So we've just settled for a single as Leach remains left arm round. Third ball of over, and it's flighted up, and it's driven down to mid-on there again. Just rotating a strike once more from Bethel. That's quite smart from Leach there, having got 2 boundaries in the previous over.
Yeah, he's floated the 2 balls up. He's bowled to Bethel in this over, just saying, come on, have a go then, see if you can clear me straight.
Leach outside. Off, that's helped down towards where third man would be, and it's racing away. It's been very well fielded, and we've taken free from it. Banton again, turns out he's all over the pitch today.
He's got a long trek, hasn't he? Third man to third man. Has he upset the captain?
Yeah. It's a long day, but it seems to be keeping him pretty busy.
And he's fielding really well, the ex-Warwickshire product.
Leach once again, shot of length, and that's pulled into the leg side, and it should trickle for 4.
It's a beautiful shot from Jacob Bethel, because it wasn't that short, and yet he was onto it so quickly, and he really is an exquisitely talented player. Who knows what he is going to achieve. He's already started to achieve good things in the white ball game, but if he can translate this ability and technique and talent into the red ball arena, then what a player awaits. Barbados born, but of course English qualified, having come through a scholarship at rugby school and into the Warwickshire system.
Leach with a final ball of the over, flighted and worked to mid-wicket there, and that brings the end of the over. Warwickshire 153 for 3.
Leading by 251. Solid advantage. And some of the Bears fans and no doubt in the dressing room might be thinking, oh, if only we hadn't lost 50 odd overs today, where this position of strength we could be in, but there's nothing you can do about the weather. And as always, the Warwickshire ground staff did amazingly to get the ground dry as quickly as they did. So at least there will be 58 plus overs in this day, because I think we're going to get these 14 in. The clouds are very high and the sun is out, and Warwickshire have another 14 overs to build this advantage tonight. Jake Ball finds the edge of Alex Davies's bat, who was under some control though, down to third man, and they take a single. Davies moves to 94 within one big blow of his 11th first class century. Bethel takes guard, I think. Possibly is it the first time he's been at this end? I can't remember. He's certainly taking guard again anyway. Got a short leg side boundary to work with Jake Bethel, so Jake Ball would be wise not to err too much onto the leg side, I think. Here is Ball, that's very straight, and Bethel hammers it back to the bowler. Crimson helmet shining bright in the sunshine behind James Rue. One slip beside him as Ball is in again, driven, not quite timed by Bethel, but he's beaten the field and he'll collect 2 runs, move to 16.
Yeah, that's got some speed just along that square, hasn't he? He hasn't necessarily timed it, but has picked up some pace heading across that towards where those pigeons are having a little bit of a munch.
Yeah, there's 2 pigeons on one of a succession of pitches away to the offside for Jake Bethel. I'd give him 10 runs if he could send a drive between those 2 pigeons, because that would be an exquisite shot. Ball is in again, and this is leg side and just flicked away down to long leg for a single.
That's quite a tight gap as well.
Well, I mean, they've just moved slightly closer together, so maybe I'd give him 12. But now they're at square leg to Alex Davies, and I tell you, it'll be a moment to remember, wouldn't it, if Alex Davies punches this ball through between those 2 pigeons. But a lot of things have got to happen for that to take place. First of all, the ball's got to be leg side. Can Jake Ball deliver that delivery? He can. It's leg side. And it is flicked, but he's missed the pigeons by a good 10 yards. He still takes 2 runs, though, Alex Davies, to move to 96. Nearly got them, didn't he?
That was close.
And it was so close, in fact, that the pigeons have now adjusted their position, so the gap is even tighter. So
yeah, but more of a staggered.
it is, yeah. And I guess as well, the actual moment of glory wouldn't happen anyway, because they'd fly away before as the ball approached. Davies on 96, and he's trapped in the crease. Big LBW appeal, sort of strangled, so I wonder if there was a bit of bat in there. It certainly looked quite straight. Anthony is going to have a good look at the TV replay. What do you think? Plum is the verdict. It did look very straight, and it certainly was not high. Any thoughts, Chloe?
Sometimes you take your luck, don't you?
I think that says. I think that's a similar verdict to Anthony's. Yeah. Alex Davies, we think, has had a bit of a reprieve on 96, but a reprieve he has. Bethel on 17, 159 for 3.
I think we're just seeing a change bowler here. Leach taking a break, 14 overs for 49 runs, 3 maidens in there. And Davey is to return to the attack. So far bowling 11 overs for 28 runs for 1 wicket.
He's bowled really well, Josh Davies. Captain's asking a bit of him. He's had a good old stint already this afternoon. Back in the attack already with 13 overs to go today.
We're just having a look around the field. You see Somerset definitely on a defence here. We've got 4 players on the fence, just protecting that boundary. Back 4 as Davies are coming right arm round to the left-hander. And that's back of length, just worked 2 mid-wicket there. As Davies just starting to settle into this next spell. No slips in for Bethel, just having won in that previous over. So a pretty bog standard field, I'd say. Davy in once again. That's on the left, defended by Bethel there. Wicket comes round to pick it up, chucks it back around.
Are you playing at Taunton then, in the county ground?
Yeah.
That's a lovely ground, isn't it? Have you played before?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's such a picturesque ground, isn't it?
It is, yeah. One of county cricket's truly wonderful headquarters.
Absolutely. Davies just turning for his 3rd ball of the over. He's coming right arm round, short of length, and that's cut away 2-point there. Sounded like he'd middled that.
He did, I think, and I think
Straight to a fielder.
that's right, a yard either side, and I think that would have been at the boundary in 2 seconds, but
Yeah.
he picked out the fielder.
His shot for none. Davy just at the top of his mark, turned for his 4th delivery. Winds going strongly across the ground, and that's on a left, defended up to mid-on this time. And you can just see some clouds are just coming back over the ground. Lots of blue skies, so everybody who's in the ground is not to stress.
Yeah, the relatively small gathering has stuck with us, hasn't it? We're still got 12 overs to go, and I think people are enjoying a good contest here. Somerset, I think, can be quite happy with this session. As we were saying, all you can do is limit the damage, and they've done that well.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave once again, outside off, cut away towards deep cover there, back into the keeper. Yeah, they've definitely done well to hold their lines and lamps, as we're saying, just consistently keeping your skills as good as you can for as long as you can if you're on the back foot, as Somerset are, and just they haven't let Warwickshire get away with it, really. They've really made them work for their runs.
Yeah, even the boundaries that have come, they've been good shots, haven't they? They haven't been just gimmies, just 4 balls. They haven't given any runs away.
Absolutely. Worked into the leg side for the final ball, and there's just a single taker from it. 162 for 3.
Davies on 97. Will he allow himself to go on the offensive a bit if he gets his century? And if he does that, assuming in the next over or 2, he'd still have 10 overs to indulge himself in a few strokes if he wishes. £161 for 3. 259 ahead. We've got another delay for some reason, no apparent reason. There's a meeting of 4 Somerset gentlemen around the gully area. The batsmen have had a chat. The bowlers had a chat with mid-on. The 2 pigeons have vacated that position.
Oh no.
That's a shame.
That's a shame.
Even they've decided enough's enough. Davis is he's looking over in that direction. Where have they gone, he's saying, but just concentrate, Alex. 97, 3 required for his century. He won't get one of them here. He thinks of a quick single to mid-wicket, but 1 run out already in the bank. They don't want another one. Hamza Sheikh, I have to say, probably ran himself out a little bit. He was running to the danger end and hesitated, run out for 21, one of 2 men out on this truncated day for Warwickshire. They began at 27 for 1. They're now 161 for 3. Will Rhodes bowled by Josh Davey for 20. Hamza Sheikh run out for 21. And here comes Jake Ball. And that one's well outside off stump. Davies might have been tempted to chop that ball down towards the short third man boundary to get the requisite runs he needs for his ton, but he let it go by.
That's always a danger one, isn't it? When it's just outside your eye line, and it's tempting because it's a slightly looser delivery, but
Yep.
it's always the ones that get you in trouble, aren't they?
Yeah. Indeed. Davies waits, bat raised, pushes this one wide of mid-off and goes for a single. I think he would have been in. The shy at the stumps missed. It was a little bit tight, but a single is safely banked, and he moves to 98. So it looks like the thrill of describing his century will be yours in the next over, Chloe, I would say, because I'm fine. Thank you for that kind offer, Anthony. I think no. Jake Ball around the wicket now to the left-handed Bethel, and he chops this one away. He was a little bit cramped on that, but he gets enough bat on it to get it down to third man. And the thrill of describing Alex Davies' century may still be mine, because he's back on strike with 2 balls of the over to go. It's on 98. It's been a well-organised innings from Alex Davies. There have been higher pressure innings that he's played. It's all been good bowling from Somerset, but of course the match is in some ways drifting a little, but it's been good knock from Alex Davies. Can he go to his century here? He flicks it through the leg side, and he will go to his century here. There's 2 runs, maybe 3, because there's a misfield out there way in the distance on the leg side, and Alex Davies does indeed go to his century, his 11th in first class cricket, from 168 balls, 11 fours and a 6, and the captain takes his helmet off, kisses it, and gives his partner out there a hug. And Davies has laid his side a platform, Chloe, maybe for a dart at victory, who knows.
Yeah, absolutely. What an innings from Davies there. He's played some incredible shots and really stuck in and put Warwickshire in the best position.
Ball in to conclude his 8th over, chopped away by Bethel down to third man for a single. He moves to 19. Alex Davies is 101. Warwickshire 167 for 3, lead by 265. And after a few more words from Chloe, Anthony returns.
We're just having a bit of a switch around again. Another minute or so where I can cause absolute carnage without too much of a backlash. We're 167 for 3. As Anthony's just rejoining me on what has turned out to be a very nice afternoon.
Well, Somerset aren't in any hurry, are they, to bowl their overs? There's all sorts of consultations going on out there. Jack Leach having a chat with Josh Davey, and you and me joining in. And Alex Davies is signalling for something, a drink maybe.
Gloves, I think.
Could be gloves, yeah. Does he change his gloves regularly, Alex Davies?
He's changed them once already this innings, but he's obviously done quite a bit of batting since then. So Davey in of length, it's Yorker length fair, and he's flicked into the leg side from Bethel there, who's just rotated a strike once more.
Tractor, JD! That's what they call Josh Davey, JD.
What would you like to see from Somerset here as the game continues?
Well, Somerset, I don't think they're going to have anything to play for except the draw, so just good, accurate bowling so that to keep the Warwickshire batsmen out there for as long as possible and limit the number of overs that Somerset's batsmen have got to get through.
Davey, once again, I know it's just worked down towards the third man, and we've taken another single from it.
I mean, I think Somerset have to bat pretty badly tomorrow not to get a draw, but wouldn't be the first time if that if that were to happen. But they've tended, in fact, in recent seasons to bowl much better in the to bat much better in the second innings than they have in the first.
Okay.
But then a lot of that is down to the pitches, which have got flatter and slower as games have gone on.
Davey in right on round to the left-hander here, driven to extra cover there. He just sends it around to mid-off. He's given the ball a little bit of a shine and a little bit of a look after.
England have lost another wicket, 129 for 4.
Who's gone?
I will tell you. Brooke, Colton Bowl, Joe Surya for 32. Joe Root not out, 31. And Jamie Smith not out, 2. 129 for 4.
Davey for his 4th delivery of the over. Full of this time, driven handsomely up to mid-off there. Just another top ball here. Some pretty fluffy clouds ahead and across the ground. You can see the wind on that sheet across from us. It's really blowing a gale out there. And you see on the players' shirts.
Must be reasonably warm though, because several of the Somerset fielders just wearing their shirts, not bothering with jumpers.
Davey once again flicked into the leg side by Bethel there. They've just rotated a strike. Pigeons been scared. Moved off the square a little bit. It was free now for anybody who was dying to know about the pigeons at square leg. For the other end, currently sitting just in front of cover for Davies.
Must be some grass seed there. I expect the ground staff have been putting grass seed on the worn wicket ends.
Yeah. They're on a good old feast down there. Davey for his final ball of the over. Full of a length, and that's what played 2 mid-wicket. Warwickshire 170 for 3.
And elsewhere, Kent going well against Worcestershire. 323 for 5, which means that they now lead Worcestershire by 47 runs with 5 wickets remaining. And Tawanda Muyeye, 199 not out of 251 balls. Well, he's shown immense promise over the last couple of years. And Grant Stewart keeping him company. He's got 35 from 36 deliveries. So that'll be that's good news for Warwickshire, given the neighbourly rivalry between the Bears and the Pears. They're underway at last at the Oval, where Lancashire 26 for 1 in their second innings, still 214 runs away from making Surrey bat again, and they're underway at last down at the Utility Bowl as well, where Hampshire are 20 for 1, chasing Essex's 438, and a good stop at backward point by Archie Vaughan, that's Michael Vaughan's boy there, fielding at backward point, and his athletic fielding, and he is a very good fielder, greeted ecstatically by Tom Abel and James Rue, and Notts putting up a good fight against Durham, 185 for 4, but they're still a long way adrift, 117 runs short of Durham's first innings total. This is played into the offside for a single. Lammonby with the left arm throw. 171 for 3, so the leader 269. 9.5 or 9.4 overs remaining in the day's play. Actually, if the lead was 369, then Warwickshire might be starting to think of a declaration, but they're going to have to bat on for a long time tomorrow morning, I think, to make the game safe, which I'm sure will be their first priority. Jake Ball in, bowls to Davies, who steers this, looking for a thinner edge than that. He just was hoping to nick it down to third man. In fact, he got almost the full face of the bat on it, and James Rue quickly across to make the stop and prevent the run. 171 for 3. The Somerset fielders shouting encouragement to Bawley, who has ball in hand. And this is short. It's a sort of slower ball bouncer, a sort of ball that you see in white ball cricket. This is a situation, Chloe, that you wouldn't have experienced in cricket probably, where Somerset are playing for a draw, because in women's cricket at the moment, apart from in test matches, there aren't any draws, are there?
No, there isn't. However, we have drawn one game. Was it? I think it was last season.
How did you manage that?
Oh, with great stress.
Is ball in and bowls. This is turned into the onside. Do you mean a draw or a tie, was it?
Tie.
A tie. Ah, well. You can have ties in white ball cricket, but you can't have draws.
Any draws.
Go on, Jake boy. That's Tom Abel there, calling out former captain. Making a lot more noise than the spectators or the players. They're just keeping each other geared up, the Somerset fielders. It's been a shortened day, but still, oh dear. And Jake Ball just loses his footing there. Is he all right? He's just feeling his left. Is it his left ankle or is it his right? His right ankle.
Yeah, he's just looking at his ankles a little bit there, isn't
he? Tom Abel going and Tom Codicap noticed. No, I think he's going to have to go off. I think he's done something. He's done maybe an Achilles. Maybe an Achilles. And that is bad news for Somerset, because if it is an Achilles tendon, it ain't going to mend very quickly. And it must be something reasonably nasty, although is it a groin? I think it might be a groin, actually.
Sure. He's not walking comfortably off the pitch.
No, he's not.
For sure.
And, well, Somerset have got Durham next week in the county championship, and then the quarter-final against Northants in the Blast, and Jake Paul would certainly be playing in that, especially in the absence of Riley Meredith. So some applause from down below. And who's going to complete the over? Looks like it might be Andy Umeed bowling his leg breaks, which is an interesting ploy. And Somerset presumably trying to keep the runs down. He's just got the one ball. Jake Ball going off after bowling 5 balls of that over. It's Umeed in bowls, tosses this one up. It's a gentle full toss, which is just patted back to the bowler. I'm not sure Umeed can believe that, and I'm not sure Alex Davies can believe it either. Taken completely by surprise by a high full toss. And well, maybe Andy Umeed's only delivery in the match. We will see. He does bowl leg breaks, but not with any conspicuous success. It's the end of the over. 9 overs remain in the day's play, which is rather drifting towards its conclusion now. 2 batsmen confer, and maybe an injection of excitement is called for from these 2 Warwickshire batsmen.
Yeah, just 9 overs are left in the day. And Davey is to continue. Full back coming right arm round to the left-handed Bethel as back of a length just defended off a back foot there. Dot ball to start the over. As I think the sun's just tucked itself away, hopefully briefly, for some of the spectators. I think just getting up in the hollies there, shifting around, maybe making our way over to the sun. There it is.
Yeah, if they go to Stanley Barnes stand, there's plenty of sunshine there.
Dave once again full of a lamp, driven up to mid-off there. The ball's just being given it a little bit of a shine and looking after. As we're just heading back to it, top of his mark. 4 people out on the fence here. Cover, third, fine leg and deep square, all on the boundary. And everybody else is just in the ring. Short of length, and he's gone to pull it, and it's been bowled.
Well, that was a bit of bolt from the blue. And it was just a little bit short of the length from Josh Davey, and Jake Bethel went for the pull shot and missed it. Much more to it than that. It was there for the shot. It was the execution rather than the conception which was at fault. Nothing wrong with the shot selection, but he missed the ball and paid the price. It's the 4th wicket, 171 for 4. Is it 4th wicket or 5th? 4th, it is the 4th. And, well, nice innings from Jacob Bethel that cut off in its prime. 23 from 27 deliveries. Dan Mosley is the new batsman wandering out.
I think it's Barnard walking out.
Oh, it's Ed Barnard, you're quite right.
I think they've shuffled it around a little bit because Mosley was down as the next batter in, but I think they've just had a little bit of a shuffle there.
Well, perhaps the advent of... Well, Dan Mosley can score quickly, can't he? So
Yeah,
I was just going to say,
absolutely.
perhaps the advent of Ed Barnard signals a change of approach in Warwickshire's batting, but we will see.
Yeah, we'll absolutely see. There's only 8.3 overs left in the day.
Yeah, we're going to be finishing light permitting at around about 6:45, I think. Somerset's over rate has slowed down very noticeably since tea. They've been in absolutely no hurry at all, presumably in the hope that they might not have to bowl all of today's overs.
Barnard just taking his guard, getting himself sorted. Slips come back in. This is quite an attacking field from Somerset here. Just one man down at backward square on the fence as Davies coming in for his 4th ball, left alone outside off. A stump by Barnard there.
Well, another couple of wickets here this evening, and Somerset would reckon they're still in the hunt. As they rolled Warwickshire over, they took the last 4 Warwickshire wickets pretty quickly on Friday morning.
Yeah, I think from a Warwickshire perspective, they've really got to dig in here and try not to lose any more before the end of play. I would say to give themselves kind of best chance tomorrow morning to go off the platform. Davey in once again, as played late there by Barnard there, and person that Ferdinand's just taken a little bit of a stumble and fallen over. In style, though, in style.
That's Archie Vaughan.
Couple of chuckles around the pitch. And a little bit of noise to follow that. Davies just top his mark for his final ball of the over. As he's steaming in for his final delivery. It's on the length and defended late, run down to third man. That brings it end of the over. Warwickshire now 171 for 4.
It looks like Andy Umeed is going to bowl another over. Well, he's only bowled 1 ball so far. but which is strange because Somerset's approach seems to have been to try to restrict the scoring rate, and yet they're bringing on a part-time leg spinner who has only taken 2 wickets in his first-class career, and both of those were for Warwickshire. So we will see. And the 2 wickets he took for Warwickshire cost him 107 runs each. So he's not exactly in the demon bowler class, is Andy Umeed. Lovely bloke. He's bowling to Alex Davies, who plays this into the offside and sets off for comfortable single. That's Craig Overton, who you don't often see at extra cover. He's usually either at slip or in white ball cricket. He's on the boundary at long on or long off. That's the tallest man in the side, well, equal tallest with Casey Aldridge. Tom Lammonby just being brought in as Umeed bowls, and he's caught behind. Umeed has his first wicket for Somerset, and it's Ed Barnard who has gone, and it's 172 for 5, and who knows, this day's cricket may yet have a little twist in the tail. The lead is 270, but Somerset only have 5 more Warwickshire wickets to take. And what a masterstroke of captaincy from Craig Overton to bring Andy Umeed into the attack. And he's removed Ed Barnard without scoring.
Yeah, you can hear the excitement from Somerset there. That's what they're after.
A little bit of turn. It was a perfectly legitimate wicket. It wasn't batsman error, just a sort of half-hearted drive to a ball outside his off stump from Ed Barnard, and a little bit of, yeah, not much turn, but just enough, and a comfortable catch for James Rew, standing up to the stumps, obviously. But well, another wicket now, and could very well be game on from the Somerset perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Warwickshire here really have to get through these final overs in a day without a loss of a wicket, I'd say.
Yes, and it does alter the equation, because they can't really afford to go for, well, they've still got plenty of batting. They've still got Michael Burgess to come in, have Warwickshire.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty stacked batting order, isn't it?
Another wicket tonight. It's Umeed to the left-handed Dan Mosley, and this is a full toss. So he's mixing it up, isn't he? Let's put it that way.
Keeping batters on their toes, keeping them honest.
He's in bowls. This is a better ball, turned into the onside, the leg break. Played with the spin to Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket. Got a slip in now for Andy Umeed. He bowls the googly, and that's the leg break, but that one turned as well. And there's some excitement now amongst the Somerset fielders, very much on their toes. 2 quick wickets have changed the complexion of this day's play. Umeed bowls, and Mosley stretching forward. Plays that defensively, and that was a wicket maiden for Andy Umeed, and it's the first wicket maiden that he has bowled for Somerset, because it's the first wicket he's taken for Somerset. 172 for 5.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with his day's work.
Well, it couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. Born in Glasgow, Andy Umeed, and joined Warwickshire back in 2017, South Asian Cricket Academy. Played league cricket here in Birmingham, and then he was let go by Warwickshire and rather fell out of love with the game.
Davey, that's
got to be a wide.
pretty wide.
That should be signalled a wide.
Umpire's not interested. That was Let's see a replay.
Very nearly off the cut strip.
Interesting.
I don't see how Alex Davies is supposed to be able to reach that.
I don't think you're going to be reaching that, are you? But hey ho. Davies turning for his second delivery of the over. And that's flicked off Davies' legs towards a deep square, who's chucked it at his end.
Yeah, just a bit of inside edge onto the pad there. Don't think there would have been much of an appeal because I think it was going down the leg side. But it means that Moseley is now at the business end, and the field will close in. Somerset really need 2 more wickets, not necessarily tonight, but they need to break this partnership and then break the partnership involving Michael Burgess that will follow, and then they're through to the Warwickshire tail.
Davey just at the top of his mark, right arm round to the left-handed Moseley, and that's flicked 2 square leg there, who picks it up cleanly and sends it back in. And Moseley just looking to get off the mark here. I think from Warwickshire view now, they'll just be looking to bat for as long as they can, really taking the game as well, their innings as far as they can into tomorrow, I guess, and seeing where they end up. Davey coming in, that's driven back to him this time. As a bit of routine gardening just going on. Down the pitch, Davey sailed into his line and lengths here pretty well. As he's just giving the ball a little bit of a shine and turning it around. As in he comes on a length, defended by
he's putting well.
There.
Putting well. It's Josh Davey in his 15th over, 2 for 34. He was the one who removed Jacob Bethel, and Bethel was batting with real purpose, looking to accelerate the scoring rate. Important wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Brought some real intent into his batting innings, especially getting off the mark with that boundary first up and continuing from there. Really start to set a bit of a tone. Davey once again, and it's just caught a pad of Moseley. That brings the end.
Inside edge. Davey with his hands on his head, thought he was almost through there. And of course Alex Davies at the other end, having survived that close LBW decision. Alex Wharf declining to raise the finger. He's not had a great game, Alex Wharf. But take the smooth with the rough if you're a batsman. So Umeed is going to bowl his second full over. He's bowled 1.1 overs because he bowled 1 ball to complete an over that Jake Ball started and then limped off. He's got a slip in, Craig Overton. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. He's bowling to Alex Davies, and Davies plays that back up the pitch. Shadows lengthening here at Edgbaston. Floodlight pylons stretching right across the outfield. Another good ball on middle and off. And I think you're right, Chloe. I think they're playing for the close now. Oh, Warwickshire, having said that, this will probably be smashed down the ground for 6. Umeed is in and bowls, and that I think was the googly. With Davies back on his stumps, playing it off the pitch, which he can do because it's such a slow pitch. No real bounce for the leg spinner to work with. And another good ball. Puts plenty of body into his action, does Andy Umeed.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got good action.
Could be a useful additional string to Somerset's bowling bow. Yes, that's another good ball, which is defended by Alex Davies, who's playing Andy Umeed with great respect. Umeed going around the wicket now. So that he will be angling his leg break across the right-hander. And hopefully getting the googly to spin back in. Craig Overton legs akimbo, hands on his knees at slip, waiting for the chance, and he won't get it there as Davies is forward in defence. And that was another maiden over. So he's bowled 2.1 overs, and Umeed 2 maidens for a wicket, yet to concede a run. Great stuff. 173 for 5. 5 overs remain in the day's play, and I think we will probably get them.
Yeah, some glorious sunshine now after this morning's start. You wouldn't have guessed that these are the same days, would you?
No, it was miserable, absolutely miserable when I got to the ground here this morning around about 10 o'clock. It was so wet. I just sat in my car for half an hour until because I knew that if I walked to the reception, I'd get soaking wet in the process. And well, Tom Lammonby. So Craig Overton ringing the changes. Tom Lammonby. I doubt you'll have seen Tom Lammonby bowl before, Chloe, but he bowls left arm, medium pace.
Yeah, keeper standing up, slip in play. And he's bowling to the...
He has bowled a bit this season. He didn't bowl at all last season, I don't think. He's had problems with his feet and ankles over the last couple of years.
First ball just skewing down the leg side there. Bit of a loosener, as they'd say, to start his over. Davies is just patting down the wicket wherever follow through is.
I think he's just making a point to the mind you, it's not in Somerset's interest to be creating rough on the pitch, because they're going to have to bat on it tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. B once again short of length, and that's flicked into the leg side, picked up there, and Mousie's now off the mark. He's just heading back for the third delivery of the over. 4.4 overs are left in the day. And Davies is back on strike. Lammonby remaining left arm over, short of a length, defended off the back foot by Davies there. As the ball's just being sent back around the field. Lammonby turning and running in outside.
That's got to be wide, isn't it?
It's definitely pushing that line for sure, I'm sure.
Lammonby just shaking his left hand to indicate that it's slipped out, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely pushing that wide line. I think Dan Mousie's just asking the umpire a little bit. We're having a good natter there. As Lammonby's coming in once again. And again, that's pretty wide. Surely umpire keepers had to move a long way to fetch that one.
Some said they've used 7 bowlers. They haven't quite exhausted the possibilities, because they've got Tom Abel. There's another one who hasn't bowled this season, but he bowls fast medium.
Lammonby, final ball of the over, and that's cut away towards a deep cover there.
And Tom Banton, who fielded that, he can bowl, well, he's a very occasional off-spin bowler. But this game just drifting towards, or this day's play rather, drifting towards its end. 4 overs remaining, 175 for 5, lead 273. And Umeed is going to bowl another over, so no sign of Tom Banton coming into the Tom Abel coming into the attack. The fireworks are going off again, if that's what they are. Umeed in bowls to Davies, who's watchfully forward. Do you think Warwickshire will launch an assault tomorrow morning, or do you think they're going to take the safety first route as Umeed bowls and Davies stretches forward?
I'm not really sure from this position. I feel like we'll see where they are end of play in just a little bit and kind of see how they go tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Umeed bowls to Davies, and Davies, I think, is shutting up shop for the evening. That was a little bit short of a length. He might have gone for the pull shot, but he's got Tom Abel there waiting at mid-wicket for the shot he doesn't keep down. And he goes down and gives the pitch a good prod, but it's a long way outside the stump. I can't imagine that Umeed is going to be pitching one there, but Umeed now going back to over the wicket to the right-hander, who defends, and there's no run. Getting through his overs quickly as well is Andy Umeed. Just conceded the 1 run so far. And Davies strokes this down to deep backward point, and Casey Aldridge will keep them down to just a single. You don't take any liberties with Casey Aldridge. Very quick across the ground and got tremendous arm. And no, I thought that was the end of the over. We had
more.
The scoreboard says 3. Oh, I know why.
Yeah.
Because of the extra ball. So he has bowled 3 overs, but in this over, he's only bowled 5 balls. He's bowling to Mosley, who gets a full toss and plays it into the onside. Won't get a run. 176 for 5. With Alex Davies on 106 and Dan Mosley just the 1 run. 3 overs remain in the day's play.
Yeah, final 3 overs of what's been quite a rain-affected day, but we've got some very good cricket out of it. Luckily here at Edgbaston, I think cloud cover's just returning over, but nothing threatening, just some fluffy white clouds and some blue skies.
Worcestershire closing in on victory against, well, not closing in yet, but they've taken 2 more wickets, 2 more Kentish wickets. Kent 349 for 7 now. Mieye is still there, 207 not out.
Lammonby for his 2nd over, and that's wide, and a big flash from Davies there. And that's just gone straight through to the keeper. He's found that wide line as Lammonby.
So Kent only 74 runs ahead of Worcestershire with just 3 wickets standing. So assuming we get a fine day tomorrow, Worcestershire ought to knock off whatever the target is comfortably enough. Lancashire 26 for 1 against Surrey at the close at the Oval.
Short of length, and that's pulled to mid-wicket. I was looking at the boundary rope then.
He just didn't time it. It came right off the bottom of the bat, judging by the sound that it made. And not still 90 runs behind Durham with only 4 second innings wickets in hand. So that's looking like a Durham win, and it looks like a draw down at the Utilita Bowl.
Lammonby once again cut down to 3rd man. Now he just rotates the strike a little bit.
Yeah, some of the urgency has gone out, certainly gone out of the batting, and a little bit out of the Somerset bowling as well. A little bit perplexed as to why Lammonby has been brought on. But you'd have thought Somerset could pick up another wicket this evening. They'd do their chances of winning no harm at all.
Absolutely, Lammonby in once again, short of a length, flicked 2 square leg there, interested but no single from it. I think Warwickshire just trying to see the end of these last 2 and a bit overs and get through the rest of the day without a loss of a wicket here. Lammonby in for his 5th ball of the over, defended by Massley there, up to mid-on. He's just giving it a little bit of a shine and looking after. As Lammonby's just returning to the top of his mark.
Yes, rather lethargic conclusion to the day's cricket.
Final ball of it over. It's just drifting down the leg side, and that's played but missed. There, Warwickshire 177 for 5, 2 overs left in the day.
Well, the lead is 275. I think Warwickshire are going to need another 100 runs tomorrow, something like that, if they can get them. Could very well be that they're bowled out. That would just about make the game safe, I think. I'm sure it would. Tom Abel just he's practicing a left arm medium pace delivery there at mid wicket. Don't think he'll be bowling that. In the meantime, it's Umeed to bowl the penultimate over of the day. It's short of a length. That Alex Davies not to be tempted. Just plays it up the on side of the pitch, and Abel comes sprinting across. The irrepressible Tom Abel, the ever enthusiastic Tom Abel. Oh, this is bounces and turns. If that had been a little bit straighter, he could have had Alex Davies in a spot of bother. But as it was far enough outside the off stump for Davies to leave it. Ooh. Taken chest high by James Root. This is a quicker ball and stroked away down to wide third man, where Casey Aldridge will field. 178 for 5. Davies on to 108. And one wonders what might have happened had James Root completed that stumping and removed Davies, when I think he had 35 to his name. This is Mosley stretching forward, playing it out into the offside. There won't be a run. And Umeed says 3.5 overs, but actually it's only 4 balls in this over because of that extra ball that he bowled. Another good one. He's been bowling rather nicely, Andy Umeed. Do you get many leg spinners in women's cricket?
Yeah, absolutely. There's quite a few hanging around the circuit. Hannah Baker here at Warwickshire, Katie Levick from Diamonds.
Umeed, last ball of the over, defensive shot from Mosley. End of the penultimate over of the day, so just one remains. 178 for 5. Have you ever tried bowling leg spin yourself?
Only as a bit of a mess about. I would describe leg spin as dark arts of cricket. I can do so much.
It's much the most difficult form of bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
When I was young, I bowled leg breaks, but as my bones sort of matured and stiffened up, I could still bowl flippers and googlies, but I couldn't turn the leg break, so I had to give it up. Right, last over of the day.
Last over, first ball of the 6. Now it's just short of length, flicked into the leg side by Davies there. Is that just taking a single to start this final over. as Lammonby's just heading back towards the top of his mark. And it's staying left arm over here, just short of left defended, off a back foot there, up to extra cover, who picks it up, chucks it around. As the sun's starting to get a little bit low, the shadows are pretty long on the Edgbaston outfield. For family stand, shadows getting longer and longer as we carry on this evening. Lammonby's coming in for the third ball of this over, just on a lamp defended again there. And I'm sure groundsman will be delighted for his pigeons have returned with a couple of friends there.
Last shout of encouragement from Tractor. Go on, Lammers! For the day. Tractor will be back tomorrow. As indeed will I.
Lammonby short of length defended back to him.
Field closing in on Dan Mosley.
Yeah, perhaps we've got fine leg out and deep would cover out everybody else, just in and around the bat with slip in. 2 mid wickets, nobody at mid on. Yep, everybody's just started to come in just a little bit for this 5th ball on a length defended there. And it's being chucked back around the fielders. Lammonby's heading back for the final ball of the day.
He's bowled better as his little spell has gone on, Tom Lammonby. Oh, Lammers! That's Tractor.
Fine. Final ball of the day, and finishes with a dot. And what a day of play we've had.
Yep, we lost a total of 41 overs, so we've had 63 overs in the course of the day's play, in which Warwickshire have taken on their 27 for 1 overnight onto 179 for 5, so they've added 158 runs in 63 overs during the in 53 overs, because we've 10 overs overnight, 53 overs for the loss of 4 further wickets. The highlight of their innings has obviously been skipper Alex Davies is not out 109, which has included 11 fours and a 6. Will Rhodes 20 and